last couple of qualifying sessions where things sort of plateaued early on and improved towards the end of the session. This, I reckon, is going to be slightly different. It's flattened over again now. It's going to be a change all day, I think. It's probably going to be increasing conditions, maybe try and a couple of zones around the circuit throughout the day. So this time of year, it's not conducive to fast track riding, is it?
It's not, no. We have seen changes already in this session. Because up to division pole position, we have John Ball, car number 12, with a 61.550. That is instantly backed by Josh Salvatore, who heads through Paddock now with the wheel of car number 110. And he takes pole with a 1 minute 1.483. Some brilliant improvement also a few laps ago for Oliver Kerr. He was briefly on pole, but he dropped away, so he's now back to 4th again. So he's yet going round. So he's done a 1 minute 2.113. But the vast majority, if not everybody, inside the top 10, top 11, since the red flag, have just gone quicker on that previous lap than they previously got.
It's going to be the last couple of laps.
It's going to be the last one to take the checkered flag.
Last one to take the checkered flag, and a battle between the top three in the championship. In the top three races, in the timing, we've got 3 minutes just over of the session remaining. So this already is proving to be a thriller for the final meeting of the year, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. As ever, in fairness, Junior Championships are always fascinating to watch. So when drivers take their first or maybe second year steps into car racing and always provide a great deal of excitement. This championship goes all the way to the final meeting of the year, but we're all
Well, hello everybody and welcome to Brands Hatch. It's very emotional. It's the final race weekend of the season with the British Automobile Racing Club. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship is going to be decided this weekend. So is the Mini Challenge Trophy, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the pickups, and we have the Minis. The O plate is up for grabs this weekend too. It really is a bit of a carnival atmosphere, and as you can see, I've been joined by my good friend Pointy Flomo. Pointy, how are you down there?
Oh, hello, how are we? I'm better down here than you are up there, I believe it.
Tell me, what have we got coming up in the trucks? The Division 1 and Division 2 titles are going to be settled this weekend.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very, very close in Division 2. That is all to play for with 5 races. Don't forget the new point scoring process will be 21 points for fastest lap and first place in both divisions. Of course, Ryan Smith, I believe, 95 points ahead of Division 2. So if he finishes this one top 3, I pretty much feel like it's a signed, sealed, delivered for his 9th consecutive championship here.
Excellent stuff. Right, time to go racing. It's a carnival atmosphere here at Brands Hatch this weekend. I'm absolutely terrified. I need to get down. Pointy, let me go. Let me go down. Let me off. Let me off. Help, help, help. Hello everybody, yes, I've managed to get off Pointy's shoulders and make my way to the assembly area for the first time this weekend. Yes, the pickup trucks, as you can see, are about to go out racing, and it's all to play for this weekend. Dale Gent is the championship leader. Mark Willis over there is in the hunt. Matt Simpson's in the hunt as well, and something we have to talk about is last time out at Knock Hill. Unfortunately, Matt, things didn't quite go to plan last time out, did they? What happened?
We obviously had an off. Went into the gravel, and the tying belt picked a load of stones up, and obviously it jumped a tooth and bent all the valves. So I was prepared to go home, but obviously Dan Fisher, who was parked next door but one to us, offered his head off his engine.
Oh, brilliant.
That had been used all year. So we literally changed heads, obviously went out, won both races, But later to find, obviously, when we took the engine back to the engine builder to get my head repaired and put back together, the cylinder head we borrowed had too much taken off, which obviously upped the compression ratio from what you're allowed.
Right, okay. So, I mean, look, unfortunately, it's motorsport. These things happen.
Hang on, radio.
Oh, hang on, he's just talking on the radio at the minute, so we'll just let him have a look at that. So, unfortunately, he didn't score any points at Knockhill. But if you remember, earlier in the season here at Brands Hatch, this guy was quick, started right at the back of the grid, came all the way through and won the race. He goes very quick here, does Matt. Look, we'll let him crack on because he's on the radio at the minute, but let's go have a chat with Dale, shall we? He's our championship leader. Let's just jump. Sorry, guys, can we just... sorry, is he on the radio as well? Is everybody's on the radio? Nobody wants to talk to me. Let's go find somebody else to have a quick chat. Let's go talk to Mark Willis. I think he's over here, shall we? Let's see if Mark's on the radio. I'm going to jump through this way. Mark, are you on the radio as well, or can you talk to us?
I'm good, mate.
You're all right. I mean, look, you enjoyed the season so far?
Yeah, I think so. We haven't had the best of years, but I think everybody else has struggled a bit, like with points taken off of them. So for us to still be in with a shout here today, you know, we're quite lucky really. I haven't had the best of years, but we're still here. Didn't have a very good qualifying this morning, but we're still hanging on.
You've all got a bit of work to do today, haven't you? And the conditions, what are they like? I know when you went out, it's been a funny old morning, hasn't it? It was damp.
I struggled this morning. I'm not going to lie. I struggled this morning. Yeah, I mean, whatever pedal I touched in here, it weren't happening. Yeah. So we've changed a few bits and pieces. See how it goes. I'm on the back foot, really, to be honest. But look, we're still here. We're still in with a shout of it after a terrible year. Everybody else has just had as bad a year as I have, you know. Yeah. We should be out of it by now, but we're still hanging on.
Still hanging on, Mark. Look, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. There you go. I went in that way because I thought it'd be easier to get the mic in. So I wonder if we can go back. Look, Dale's by himself now, so I wonder if we can just have a quick chat with Dale. The junior saloons have just finished up their qualifying session, so the pickups go out. A lot coming up throughout the course of the day. Don't forget, if you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel or the British Truck Racing YouTube channel, do hit that like button, hit that subscribe. Let's get as many people watching this as possible. It's the season finale here. Fireworks tomorrow as well. Dale, are you still on the radio, or can we have a quick chat? You're all right. Look, you're in the prime position in the championship. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
No, feeling pretty good. Just treating it like every other race.
Yeah.
Just trying to go out and have some fun.
Tom, I better let you go. You guys are firing up already. I hope you guys heard. I couldn't hear a word of what he said there. The cars are firing up. The gates are open. And I'm delighted to say for the first time this weekend we are about to go racing. Yes, race one of the Pickup Truck Championship. That man is your championship leader. It's going to be decided this weekend. And I am also thrilled to be able to hand over to your commentator, the one, the only, Dave Goddard.
Well, thanks very much to Ian and Pointy. Great double act down in the paddock, as always. Good morning, well, good afternoon it is now, motorsport fans, and welcome to the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Rather damp and slippery conditions here for our finale for the season on BARC TV. And we got an extravaganza of motorsport here on Bonfire Weekend for you over the next 2 days. A total of 16 races, 5 different classes racing this weekend. It is, of course, the grand finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. Can Ryan Smith take an incredible 9th consecutive title in Division 1? It's close in Division 2 as well. There'll be our second race of the day, but first up it's the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. 3 races for them across the course of the weekend. The championship fight still very much open between Dale Gent, Mark Willis, Matt Simpson and company. They'll be out on track very shortly indeed. The British Truck Racing Championship, they have 5 races across the course of the weekend. And that's followed by, after the lunch break, the Mini 7 Racing Club, the classic Minis in their O-Plate winter shootouts. Now, wearing the number 0 is normally preserved for Dick Dastardly and for Damon Hill when he was in Formula 1 with Williams for a couple of years in the 90s. But yes, the O-Plate is contested by the Mini 7 Racing Club for their winter championship every year, and we'll see their various classes of classic minis out together. We've got the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore fighting for the championship in the 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTRs, and we've got the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy as well. 6 drivers, I believe, are still in contention for the championship in the BMW Mini Coopers. They've got 3 races this weekend. That's going to be very interesting and very close fought indeed. Now, there are championships up for grabs, as we say, but I'm not going to bore you too much with mathematical formulas to try and work out who's champion. We'll concentrate on the entertainment on track. Most people who know me will know that I'm rubbish at maths anyway, so we'll wait for the pickup trucks to come out on track for the first of our 16 races across the course of this weekend. Qualifying has taken place throughout this morning. It's been very wet and drizzly here at Brands Hatch. The sun is trying to burn through the cloud cover. We've already heard from a few of the drivers, and we're getting ready for race number 1. There's effectively 2 heats and a main event, a bit like short oval racing across the course of the weekend. The first race that we'll see will be 16 laps. The second race tomorrow morning will be 16 laps, and then the race at the end of the programme tomorrow will be 18 laps. Decide who will win the championship. There will be a new champion this year because Rhys Jones, the champion of the last 2 years, not defending his title this year. The truck he won those titles in is out there. The bright, shocking pink machine is now being driven by Jonathan Hadfield, number 42, so we will see him on the grid. But qualifying, as we say, took place this morning, and in pickup truck racing, after qualifying, the top 6 quickest times are flipped around. So if you're 6th fastest, you start on pole, and if you're fastest, you start 6th. But there are points on qualifying as well, and it's 20 points to the quickest driver in the qualifying session for each of the first 2 races. So the 20 points in qualifying session 1. Championship until a few problems in the round recently at Knockhill. There is Matt Simpson, the number 30 truck, the Simpson Race exhaust truck. There's Dale Gent, number 83, his main rival for the championship this year, along with Mark Willis. Now, Mark did not get on well in the slippery conditions for qualifying this morning, and he's quite a way down the grid for this first race. We should see 13 trucks out there. There's Chris Land, had a couple of spins in qualifying this morning. As they head up towards the grid, this will be a rolling start. Onto the grid then, and it's number 68, Eric Bolton, who was 6th fastest in the first qualifying session, so he goes into pole in the number 68 truck alongside number 44 of Ryan Hadfield in the HGV Direct sponsored yellow truck, number 44. Second row, number 89, Chris Brockhurst. He's 4th in the championship coming into this round alongside number 72, Alan Cooper. Now, he used to be very successful racing on shale tracks in Formula 2 stock cars, so he likes the slippery conditions. Row 3, number 30, Matt Simpson, 83, Dale Gent, 2 of our title protagonists this weekend. And on row 4, number 93, Michael Smith, who has now been racing pickup trucks for 27 years. He's only missed 3 meetings in the history of the class since his debut. Starts alongside number 84, Matthew Moore. Completing the top 10, 42, Jonathan Hadfield in the ex-Rhys Jones truck. And Mark Willis finds himself all the way down in 10th position on the grid. He did not have any grip, he told us, after qualifying. The 6th row of the grid will be number 52, James Goldstraw, and 77, Chris Land. And in fact, they're the only 12 out there. We're missing number 2, Jamie Liptrot. He had a misfire in qualifying this morning. Jamie Liptrot looks like is a non-starter unless he joins us from the pit lane. We'll wait and see. Jamie Liptrot, he brought out the red flag in qualifying because he pulled up at the Druids hairpin, which the pack is heading up to now behind the pace car. This will be a 16-lap race to kick off the day here at Brands Hatch. You can see how slippery it is, and it does take a while for the tyres on these rear-wheel drive pickups to warm up, so there'll be plenty of slip and slide in the early stages here at Brands Hatch. Good to see a few of you commenting on our stream already. I'll try and read out some of your comments as the day goes on. So 12 trucks out there for a 16-lap race. We'll try and give you brief updates on the championship situations as the weekend goes on in 4 of our classes. Of course, the Mini 7 Racing Club not racing for points this weekend. There are trophies on offer for their various classes. Time to go racing then. Eric Bolton in the dark purple, number 68 truck on pole. Number 44 in the bright yellow truck is Ryan Hadfield alongside him. Second row is Chris Brockhurst in grey and turquoise blue. Alan Cooper in black and green alongside him. Matt Simpson in the white truck on row 3 alongside the dark grey of number 83 Dale Gents. They could be the two to watch here. We saw Matt Simpson almost take a win from the very back after a spin here at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. Time to go racing then. The pace car is in pit lane, the revs are up, and here we go for 16 laps of action from the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Side by side as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time for the lead. Eric Bolton and Ryan Hadfield. Hadfield's got the grip, slightly more grip around the outside. He's going to take up the lead running as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Is he going to get the overlap on Eric Bolton for Druids hairpin? Yes, he is. Alan Cooper in third place in the 72, and not the best of starts for Dale Gents. He's back in the clutches of the 93 truck of Michael Smith. They're all through Druids okay for the first time, and Eric Bolton has taken the lead. He had the inside coming out of Druids through Graham Hill Bend. You can see them twitching around these rear wheel drive pickups. Michael Smith has dropped a place there. Jonathan Hadfield in the ex-Reece Jones truck, the pink number 42, gets past him. As they start to sort themselves out, they slide their way out of Surtees. There were a lot of trucks going off there in qualifying, and we saw Michael Smith go up onto the curb. Mark Willis gets ahead of him around the outside. James Goldstraw, number 52, having a go as well. Behind him is Matthew Moore, but it's Eric Bolton who will lead the opening lap of this weekend, side by side for third place. Then a little bit strung out. There's a battle at the back between Smith, Goldstraw, Moore and Chris Lamb, the Cornish driver in number 77, the former Autograss man, so he should be good at going sideways in at the tail of the field. But it's Eric Bolton who leads the way. Oh, he's got a big twitch on there into Druids. A bit late on the brakes there, I think. Eric Bolton used to race front-wheel drive saloon cars before moving into pickups. Coming through for fourth is Chris Brockhurst, number 89. Hadfield holding off Matt Simpson for second place. Now Simpson needs to make his way towards the sharp end. He's lost some championship points in recent times and has lost the lead to Dale Gents. Through Surtees and McLaren and up towards Clearways, where the Grand Prix loop comes back in. You can just see it in the foreground there. Alan Cooper sideways, just like he used to drive his F2 stock car. Dale Gent, number 83, in behind him. Coming through to complete the second lap then, Eric Bolton looking for his first win in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, leads by just under half a second, 0.41 of a second the margin as they cross the line. Brockhurst has done the fastest lap in fourth place, number 89, 57.747 around this short Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Into Druids they go, side by side. Matt Simpson going for the outside, just like he used to in his national hot rod days. Raced on the short ovals with his father Jeff for many years before going into the British touring cars in a Honda Civic. Had one win there at Alton Park. Now helping his son Ben with his junior short oval racing and karting as well. On the Cooper straight into Surtees. A nice little battle further back, and Ryan Hadfield's going for it. You saw the rear end step out there. Tries to get the tighter line, but he can't do so. It's a little bit quick into Clark Curve there. Matt Simpson has a go to the inside. Brockhurst in fourth position. 5 of them line astern because Cooper's hanging on behind them. You can see they're still twitching around here. There's no grip out there, virtually. Ryan Hadfield to the inside as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going through, takes the lead from Eric Bolton. Great move by Ryan Hadfield, who scored a win at Knock Hill in the last round, where 4 races were held for the pickup trucks up in Scotland. Second place, number 68, Eric Bolton under fire now from Simpson. Cooper's got through to fourth. He's got ahead of Chris Brockhurst. The next group is closing up as well. Bolton back to the inside. He won't get through there, though. Dale Gents, Jonathan Hadfield and Mark Willis are closing in on these lead groups. Of course, the harder they battle each other, the more time they will lose. There's the second group. Then a gap back to Michael Smith, James Goldstraw, Matthew Moore and Christopher Land. This is the second group through Surtees and McLaren. Michael Smith, veteran of 27 seasons of pickup truck racing. Matthew Moore out of shape there in the number 84, the ex-Space Frame Mark 1 Escort racer in various special saloon events. Simpson on the outside of Alan Cooper. They were side by side over the line. Cooper bounced up on the curve. Simpson's been sent wide as a result of that. He's onto the gravel. Oh, that could be disaster for Matt Simpson. Is Dale Gent going to get through? Yes, he has. And Jonathan Hadfield gets through as well. There's contact between Hadfield and Simpson there now. Matt Simpson, we saw him do a burn from the stern here on Easter weekend in drier conditions after he spun at Graham Hill Bend on the opening lap. And bang! Mark Willis hits the back of Jonathan Hadfield, who was already sideways. Hadfield, nice recovery. Well, this could write Mark Willis out of championship contention. He's second in the points coming into this round, but he's not had a happy day so far. Struggled in qualifying with no grip from the 65 truck, and now he's had a spin. Here come the leaders. Ryan Hadfield, number 44, looking for his second win of the season. Bolton up there in second place, looking for what I think will be his first. Cooper third, then Brockhurst. Gents up to fifth, ahead of Matt Simpson. That's crucial in the championship because Matt Simpson needs to gain ground on the 83 of Dale Jensen. Off goes Brockhurst. Slides wide, but he keeps it going. Gets his foot in and ahead of him he sees Simpson get up the inside and takes Dale Gents. That's for P4. So Brockhurst is down to 6 now. It's Hadfield from Bolton and Alan Cooper at the front of the field. You can see a dry line emerging. We're already on to lap 6 out of 16. Jonathan Hadfield is 7th. Then we've got Michael Smith. So Hadfield recovered very nicely then. Not only did he save the spin after tangling with Mark Willis, he's coursing past Michael Smith as well. Hadfield leads. Over the line they come. 6 laps completed. Bolton did have the fastest lap there for a moment, but now it's Matt Simpson. He's done a 54.769, so it's definitely drying out there. Lead gap is 0.44 of a second. Simpson now all over the back of Alan Cooper for third place. Up the hill towards Druids Hill Bend. Simpson to the inside. He's surely going to go through. Simpson up to P3. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, bottom bend as some of the drivers call it. Dale Gents not letting these two get away. You can see the grey number 83. Oh, Mark Willis is turning his pickup into a lightweight. He's shedding bodywork. He'll get the black and orange flag for that. Yep, he gets the black flag with the orange disc, which means call into the pits, you have damage. Oh, the rear panel dragging behind his pickup truck. He's lost his tailgate, you might say, as the leaders come across the line. The lead gap is down to 0.37 of a second. Simpson, another fastest lap in third place, 54.507, but he's 2.2 seconds off these two. Hadfield from Bolton. Ryan Hadfield, like many of these drivers, comes from a short oval racing background. His father Rob, an ex-national hot rod driver. Alan Cooper has won titles in, of all things, Reliant Robbins on the short ovals in the past, at Milton Hall and Kings Lynn over in East Anglia. Matt Simpson, his heritage well known, started his career in the mini stocks before moving up to Legends, hot rods, then onto the circuits with touring cars and the Super Silhouette series as well in a Tigra. Chris Brockhurst, he's an ex-hot rod man as well, chasing Dale Gents. He and his father Mark, ex-short oval races, and Dale used to race a very modified Subaru Impreza in classic Thunder Saloons as well. Mark Willis into the pits. I think his championship is almost over, sadly. Still 2 races to go though. There's a maximum of 600 points available across the course of this weekend, and the 200 points for a race win in this one look to be going to Ryan Hadfield as it stands at the moment. Just over halfway through this first race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. So we'll get some of your comments after this race if we have time as well. Swing their way through Cooper, Straight and Surtees, then McLaren. This is where everybody was sliding off in qualifying. As Simpson up the inside, going to try and take Alan Cooper for third place. They slide their way out of clear ways and Simpson gets crossed up. He's not going to get through there. Alan Cooper holds him off. This is allowing Dale Gent to close in, and Chris Brockhurst recovering after his off as well. Simpson on the grass on the inside of the pit straight. I've never seen that before. He cut so fine to the pit wall, he hit the strip of grass there. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before. Is it getting him any more grip? I don't think it is. Hadfield leads from Bolton by 1.5 seconds. Now he's pulling away. Michael Smith has done the fastest lap back in 8th place, 53.699. So the lead gap has gone out to 1.5 seconds. These three are now 2.7 seconds behind Eric Bolton in 2nd place. Chris Brockhurst in 6th, and a gap back to Jonathan Hadfield, who's 7th. Through to complete lap number 10. The leaders have crossed the line. Matt Simpson's going to have another go at Eric Bolton. Over the line they go. That's Alan Cooper, I should say. Bolton in 2nd place ahead of them. A little bit of sun burning through the clouds. They head up towards Druids. What is the 11th time His first race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and Matt Simpson is determined to climb onto the podium. All over the back of Cooper. He's done the fastest lap again, Matt Simpson as well, 53.322. He's beaten Michael Smith's time. Dale Gent just looking on. 5-second penalty for number 42, Jonathan Hadfield. I would presume that's for exceeding track limits too many times. 42 car. So he'll may lose a couple of places for that. The pink machine. Hadfield leads. Over the line they go to complete 11 laps. Yeah, 1.5 seconds still the gap to Bolton. Then Cooper and Simpson. This is the principal battle at the moment for third place. Dale Gent with a grandstand view, just looking on as they head over the curb at Paddock Hill Bend. Simpson just can't get the line away from Alan Cooper. This is good defensive work by the 72. Simpson now to the inside, as I say that, into Druids. They clash and round goes Cooper. Keeps his foot in. No, he's going to go around on the exit. Round goes Cooper. Look out, Chris Brockhurst just avoids him. So a little bit of controversy there. Contact, there was definitely contact, and Bolton spun away second place. So Matt Simpson can't believe his luck. He's now in second, and Dale Gent up to third. What happened there to Eric Bolton? I suspect he just got a wheel a bit too wide onto the curbing there. Somebody else has pulled into the pits as well. I heard the pit lane siren go off. It's James Goldstraw, number 52, from the back of the field, has pulled in. So Ryan Hadfield now left out on his own in the number 44, chased by Matt Simpson by just over 5 seconds now. That's not a sudden patch of fog on the run up Halewood Hill, don't worry, that's just our camera lens. Full credit to all our camera crews for braving the rain this morning. All our marshals and everybody else as well. There's Cooper, he's got going again in 5th place ahead of Jonathan Hadfield, but he's provisionally going to receive a penalty. There's Dale Gent. James Goldstraw, I think, he's heading back out of the pit lane. He may be heading back to the paddock though. So his race could be over. You can see if he rejoins. Michael Smith up the inside into Surtees, gets past Jonathan Hadfield. Hadfield fights back on the outside, he goes too wide. It's going from bad to worse, sadly, for Jonathan Hadfield in this race. Ryan Hadfield has completed 13 laps. He's 5 seconds ahead of Matt Simpson. Now, what are the lap times like? The last lap times, yeah, Simpson was quicker, but only by 1/10 of a second. So this is looking good for the yellow number 44 of Ryan Hadfield. Up the hill goes Michael Smith. 6th position now, staying ahead of Jonathan Hadfield. Now, Jonathan Hadfield last time through was 4 seconds ahead of Matthew Moore, so he might lose another place if that penalty is applied. Down the hill, along Cooper Straight. See some Coopers out later on, of course, Mini Coopers. Classic and modern. Behind Hadfield is Matthew Moore in 8th. Eric Bolton is 9th. He's rejoined after that spin at Graham Hill Bend. Chris Lamb, the Cornish driver, number 77, rounds out the top 10. James Goldstraw has rejoined from the pits. He's the only other truck left running. Here comes the leader. There is, I think that's Goldstraw, no, possibly Chris Lamb behind him that's been lapped. Yes, that's the 77. So Ryan Hadfield, just a couple of laps to go now. He's on lap 15 out of 16. And he is heading for victory. He had a win at Knock Hill a few weeks ago. And the Derbyshire, oh, and Jonathan Hadfield, his brother, has crashed out. That's at Paddock Hill Bend. He's hit the tyre wall. Now they're coming round to start the final lap, so I'm wondering if the officials might throw the red flag here. We'll wait and see. They're coming up to start the last lap. There'll be yellow flags on the run up towards Druids, of course, with that car in the tyre, that truck in the tyre wall. Jonathan Hadfield, but his brother doesn't mind. He is heading for victory. Out of Paddock Hill Bend, up Halewood Rise for the last time. It's not until you walk round this circuit you realise just how steep that section is. It's like a roller coaster going down from Paddock and up towards Halewood Rise. Then back down the hill out of Druids. Here's the battle for second place. Simpson, Gent and Brockhurst. Now Alan Cooper has dropped back, I think. He's just done the fastest lap though, 52.8 for Alan Cooper on that last lap. There's Cooper in the background, but it's going to be a win for Ryan Hadfield, and he will pick up the 200 championship points for a race win. He is only down in 8th in the championship coming into this race, but he's coming up to take the checkered flag. Ryan Hadfield comes in to win race 1 for the pickup truck racing championship. There's the checkered flag. Second goes to Simpson, being bump drafted. It was almost pushed across the line there by Dale Jent, his championship rival. So the 200 points go to Ryan Hadfield. Matt Simpson gets 190. Dale Jent gets 180. We'll put the rest of the points into the spreadsheet in a few minutes' time, but it is Ryan Hadfield who takes the win. That may well temporarily jump him above Michael Smith in the championship, but as we say, we'll try not to do too much arithmetic on air. So third goes to Dale Jent. Chris Brockhurst comes over in 4th position. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a second. Last couple of trucks just coming over the line, and we can confirm the provisional results of that one. Bad luck to Eric Bolton there, who was on for second place until he spun coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Trucks head into Parc Fermé. So provisional results then of pickup truck race number 1. Ryan Hadfield the winner by 3.26 seconds. So Matt Simpson did close the gap in the final stages. Dale Jent was on his bumper as they came over the line. Then Brockhurst 4th despite an off. Cooper 5th. Michael Smith coming through for 6th ahead of Moore. Bolton after his spin down to 8th. Then Land. Goldstraw the final finisher. Jonathan Hadfield ended up in the tyre wall on Halewood Rise. Mark Willis retired with that rear end damage, and Jamie Liptrot didn't take the start. We'll head down to Ian Waterhouse to try and get a word with some of the drivers in a moment.
What a wild race that was, by the way. I've got a very happy Ryan Hadfield here. Ryan, I mean, it was all going on behind you, wasn't it? But you just managed to keep a cool head.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of while the tyres were cold and the track was still damp, just trying to get the jump on everyone else, and just once you'd got that gap, just trying to keep it.
You came in giving it the old fist pump there. What does it mean to get the big W?
It's quite nice to say. It's a track we always want to go well at. You know, the last meeting of the year, you want to, I suppose, finish off on, well, anywhere near the top will do, but to be right at the top's even better.
Ryan, congratulations, mate.
Thank
well
you.
done, buddy. Really happy for you. Matt Simpson over here. Matt had an entertaining race as well, didn't you, Matt? That was quite special out there. But you always go well here, don't you?
Yeah, obviously with what's happened at the last round, it's sort of championship's over for me really. So it's just sort of come out and just have another good meeting if we can and finish the season on a bit of a high.
It was a bit of a race of two halves there for you. You had a couple of good tussles out there, and then it looked like a couple of spinners ahead enabled you to jump up.
Yeah, tyre choice was key. I think we made the wrong choice towards the end of the race. The other tyres would have been better because we opted for 2 and 2. So it's but listen, we got second, so another podium.
Big smile on your face. Well done. Congratulations. We've got Dale over here as well. We'll grab a word of him very, very shortly. He's just chatting to Alan Hyde, but yeah, cracking race. Of course, Dale Jent on the podium. He's the championship leader. Have a look in the car, shall we, whilst we're here, and have a look at the helmet. If we could just look at Dale Jent's helmet in there. Look at that. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? In fact, they did. I remember earlier in the year, I think at Pembrey, he had quite the design on top of his roof. Let's just grab Dale. Dale, that was a wild race, wasn't it?
That was a little bit. It was all going on in front of us. So I just thought, I don't want to get involved in all this. So I was just trying to hand back a little bit, and it was so sleepy coming out of Clearway, so I couldn't quite get where I wanted to be. Everywhere else, I felt pretty good. So it's just till the line started to come through, then we start to pick up the pace a bit, and I just let them squabble. I was like,
was it just in case of thinking about the championship here? Right?
Yeah, it literally was. I heard Mark had come into the pits, so I was like, he was my one fighting for. So it was like, just don't do anything stupid, just follow around. And then when Matt and Al got together up top, I was like, oh, don't collect me. So I was too close. so yeah, no. Hopefully we've got 2 more goes tomorrow, so we'll see how it all goes tomorrow. But again, team have been spot on, and everyone. I want to shout out to my little one at home. She couldn't make it this weekend, and she won't be able to come tomorrow. She's been poorly. So shout out to Briar and Blake and Joe. So hopefully we can do it again tomorrow.
Race 1, job done. Well done, Dale. Congratulations. Right, so you know what's coming up next, don't you? The British Truck Racing Championship, Race 1, about to get underway. Let's just turn around very quickly, actually, if we can. Look at the skies over there. I just wonder, are we in for even more rain? I don't know if you can tell, actually, from the pit lane. Very, very damp here. You can see that from the race, can't you? Cracking stuff. Right, Race 1 for the British Truck Racing Championship. That's coming up next. It's going to be an absolute corker. Dave, over to you.
In reverse order, starting with third place, and let's get on to the podium.
Thanks very much to Ian down there. And yes, next out on track, it is the big rigs, the first of 5 races this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Just waiting for the circuit to be made ready and for the marshals to move back a little off their posts. Let's have a look through some of your comments so far. Well, Back of the Net 07 said on YouTube, pickups will make a great start to the day. You were right there. Cody Purnell says go Luca Maserati, racing in the junior saloon cars a little bit later on. They're out this afternoon. Hi to Carl Brownsell. I thought so with Truxby on. Carl and his daughter Holly will be watching, our cycling friends from a couple of years ago, raising money for the My Name's Doddy campaign, of course. We'll see them back next year as well. Big hello to Leanne. Shouldn't you be working, Leanne? She'll be heading to Brands Hatch tomorrow. Hi to Stephen Fishburne. And somebody called Jimmy Broadbent as well says, looks greasy. Nice to see him back out racing again with us someday. He had a bit of a false start with his MX-5 in Classic Thunder this year. Hopefully we'll see him back out in 2025. Well, a little earlier on down in the paddock, our man Pointy caught up with a few of our truck racers ahead of their first race of the weekend.
So what's this then? Tell me about it.
Well, I believe it's a voucher. So you come down and there's a bottle of corks over there.
From your sponsors,
yeah,
Greenhouse
yeah.
Group, Adams Morey,
Exactly.
corks.
And you've got to guess how many corks are in that bottle, and you actually win a full Class 1 HGV training package.
Wow.
Full inclusive, RSM, driver
Three and a half grand's worth. Look at that. Get a shot of that in. Get a shot of that in, drive. Look at that. Oosh.
Yeah,
but more importantly, ask. There was a cut. You got to ask. Yeah.
Posterior.
Posterior with a can. So, John, you're looking in high spirits. The truck's looking good. You got a great team around you. We're looking all right at the moment, but of course it is a very tight weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 5 races. We're 15 points in front. Stay out of trouble. We're here to race anyway. So, but it wasn't brilliant in qualifying. So just hopefully it dries up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit slippy, isn't it? 'Cause it was dry yesterday, but we've woken up to a bit greasy today.
It's greasy in places where it's never been greasy before.
Wonderful,
so,
just what you need.
The total opposite of what you would expect at Brands Hatch. So no, it normally ends up with being off, but we stayed on the circuit, so that'll be.
That's good.
Yeah.
And you didn't get in any trouble from testing yesterday. I heard there was a little bit of kerfuffle on there with Division 1.
I don't really know, to be fair. What was
I thought you might have had the lowdown. You usually come to with all the facts.
Tell me.
Apparently there was 2 Division 1 drivers. I won't name any names, just in case.
I know. One person ended up.
And then they were like, during test, how does that happen?
I don't know. Actually,
no comment.
No comment. Yeah.
Well, look, John. Good luck for the weekend. Great to see you. Big finish for the year. We're all behind you.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Excellent. Cheers, John. And if you want to get involved with that competition, make sure you come down to the lower paddock and have a word with the team from Adams Morey, Greenhouse Group, and of course JP Racing. So here we are, a very big final weekend, which could possibly, of course, end up with none other than Ryan Smith making his ninth consecutive championship win. But first, before we get to that, apparently there's more important things than your 9th consecutive championship win. Who is this?
Arthur.
Brentley and Arthur. And what are you two doing here today?
We've come to watch Ryan win championship, hopefully.
I like this optimism, but he's taking a step back. He's not going to commit to anything just yet. Arthur, are you excited to see the racing?
Yes.
And now Ryan won with the facts, of course. Very quick to correct me in France, although, let's be honest, I personally saw what was going to happen regardless. Here we are, 94 95 points difference.
95 points, but there was obviously, I think you forgot the fastest lap. So
yeah,
there's 105 available, so mathematically not. And you know, if we had a non-finish, an engine failure, and Steve or won the races, it'd make it a little bit tight. But yeah, coming on to the 9th title, it sounds unreal, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, people have obviously had 9 titles, but that important word is consecutive title. You have literally hit Division 1 or British Truck Racing and just smashed it year after year after year after year. I mean, yes, there's a lot to say about teams and sponsors and the truck, but let's be honest, that's a hell of a career.
It is. It's surreal, really, 9 times in a row. But look, like I've said, without the team, you've got to have the right team. We're trying to learn, and after we've won it that many times, we want to set new records. We want to leave our name wherever we can.
Well and truly in the concrete.
Yeah. But look, we have to do a massive shout out to all our partners, especially Northside Truck and Van, Keith Sims.
Been with you quite some time now, haven't they, looking after you?
And took us to a new level off track with marketing us and, you know, putting us with corporate people, and it just helps. And look, we're striving to keep improving all our sponsors. Too many to name, but they've all played a part, and the team. But for me, like I say, it's 9 times. If we win it 9 times, it's crazy.
It's not a massive if, though. Let's be honest. So, do we think Ryan's going to take the 9th championship? That's more like it. Right then, well, I hope we'll be celebrating the next time you see us down in the pit lane, because it is just one race. You've got to finish. So yeah, this is it. Right, Arthur, Brentley, thank you very much. Thanks for coming to see the weekend, and I hope you enjoy watching him win, because probably going to win. Just saying. Right, back to Dave up in the commentary. Let's watch some racing, shall we?
Well, thanks very much to Pointy there, as we get ready for our first truck race of the weekend. We'll bring you the grid in just a few moments' time, just awaiting the trucks to make their way out from the outer paddock here at Brands Hatch behind the face truck. A few more of your comments coming in on our YouTube feed. Like to Stuart Evans, who said, got here just in time for the first race. Well done, Stuart. B Pops says, bringing my 2 sons along tomorrow, can't wait. Like to Matthew Payne. Ben Peachy, who's supporting the Neil Yates recovery team. Neil racing this weekend alongside Stephen Powell. And Sally Bransom says, now hooked on watching racing, whether my son is participating or not. I'm guessing your son must be Brian Bransom, Mr. BMW. He's not here this weekend, but he's appeared on most of our streams in his BMW this year. Hi to Taz Hammond as well, looking to get into motorsport, so best of luck with your quest to become a racing driver. You can see the circuit is still greasy out there. As Joy Goddard says, Brands Hatch, slippery when damp. It certainly is. Tunnel Lad says, can there be an upset today? Well, I'm not sure in Division 1 for the British Truck Racing Championship we're about to see. Basically, Ryan Smith just pretty much needs to finish this first race, and he will win the Division 1 championship. Division 2, it's a bit less clear-cut because there's only 15 points between number 6 John Powell in his DAF, which is I think the oldest machine we've got out there, and Simon Cole, number 41, who's in his Iveco. There's only 15 points between those two. It's 20 points for a win, and plus 1 point in each race for the fastest lap. So there's technically a maximum of 105 points available across the course of this weekend if you win every race and get the fastest lap as well. Stephen Powell is 95 points behind Ryan Smith in Division 1, so he basically needs to pretty much win every race this weekend and rely on Ryan Smith not scoring if he's going to take the championship. Stranger things have happened in motorsport. Trucks are about to head out on the track. There's a lot of show trucks here. You can just see at the top right corner there, some of them. There's a huge truck show, and there'll be a parade of show trucks at the end of tomorrow's event before the firework display that traditionally closes out the season here at Brands Hatch every year. There's some of the show trucks. We've got a circus here as well. All the fun of the fair as well. Now, once darkness falls at the end of tomorrow's event, all those show trucks will be lit up and on parade around the circuit. Got some military vehicles. We've got local fire service and police force are here as well. Mini monster trucks you can just see on the right of your picture there. There's some full-size monster trucks as well I've seen in motion as well. I think they've just paused to load some more passengers at the moment. I've taken a ride in one of those monster trucks at Brayfield Stock Car Stadium, Northampton Shaleway as it's now known in the past. They are good fun, better than a roller coaster certainly. There's one of them in the background. I can hear truck engines in the background as well, so I think our big rigs are on their way. Yes, here they come. 5 tonnes. Almost 1,000 horsepower each, and we've got 15 of them on track at once. They are electronically governed to 100 miles an hour maximum. Can you imagine these guys going any quicker? It will be a rolling start, and it will be a 15-minute race. There's our second man in the championship, number 3, Stephen Powell, who lives literally just down the road from Brands Hatch in Rootham Heath, where his family runs a pub. There is John Powell, one of our Division 2 championship contenders in the number 6 DAF, the greenhouse sponsored machine. A warm welcome to Willem Bredek as well, the Flying Dutchman. He is the number 50 in his Volvo. Joined the British Championship on their guest appearance at Le Mans recently, but he's not scoring points, so he won't figure in the championship fights. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is Ryan Smith on pole position, the champion-elect for the 9th year in a row, over a second quicker than his arch-rival David Jenkins, who's third in the points in the number 69 MAN, will start alongside. Second row, number 12, Michael Oliver. What a cracking season he's had in the MAN, alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke's International Navistar, the American machine. Row 3, number 7, Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British and 1-time European champion. He's had to change trucks in mid-season, so it's been a year to forget, sadly, for Stuart, who wrote off his bonneted Volvo in a crash at Thruxton and a switch to an MAN. Starts alongside the first of the Division 2 trucks, the slightly less powerful machines, Paul Rivette in his MAN. He's missed a couple of rounds this year due to an injury. He missed Pembrey and then blew his engine at Snetterton, which meant he missed the trip to France. So he's not figuring for the championship this year. Row 4, number 11, David Smith with his MAN, and number 5, Adam Bint. Great to have Binty back out in his Volvo White Aerodyne. Leading the top 10, Stephen Powell. He won't be too happy to be down in 9th place on the grid. Alongside John Bowler, who ended up in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend in qualifying after setting his time. He completes the top 10. Behind them will be Simon Cole, number 41. Now, this is interesting. If John Powell, number 6, hits trouble this weekend and Simon Cole outpoints him to win the title, he could win the championship, Simon Cole, in Division 2 without winning a race all season. I can't remember that being done before. Cole starts alongside Neil Yates, the recovery company boss, in number 33, and the last of the Division 1 trucks on the grid. Then it's John Powell, who's been out-qualified by his championship rival. He starts on row 7 in the DAF, alongside Dutchman Willem Bredek in the number 50 machine. And behind him, the youngest man in the championship at the back of the grid, Archie Handy in the Volvo FN12, son of Simon Cole in the ex-Paul McCumsky, or Paddy Mac as he's known, Volvo. I've just been joined in my commentary box by a certain Pointy.
Bonjour, how the devil are we?
Not too bad, thanks. Looking forward to this.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be an interesting race. Big one to finish the year with here at Brands Hatch, of course, with the fireworks that I'm sure you've already mentioned. Lots going on in the paddock this weekend, though, already, and we've not even had a race yet. It was Stuart Oliver blowing his head on the engine yesterday as well, so new engine for him last night into the very early hours of the morning. And of course, a bit of a bump on the testing laps yesterday between Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins.
Another one.
Indeed, yes. Well, they've
had a few of them over the years.
They have. They like to get up close and personal and certainly keep each other on their toes. But of course, you've got a very big opportunity here for the 9th consecutive championship. I mean, is this unheard of? You're the history guy.
Well, Stuart Oliver's won 10, but I don't think that they were consecutive. I'm going to have to check in my stats to see if it was 10 in a row for
No, I don't
Stuart
think it
Oliver.
was in a row. This is the buzzword that I was talking to Ryan Smith about earlier on down in the paddock. Consecutive is the word of the weekend, and I don't think it's been done. So definitely 10 times British, 1 times European for Stuart Oliver,
Yeah.
but it wasn't all
I've
in a
just
straight line.
checked the stats pack, and he didn't win 10 in a row. So if Ryan wins 9 in a row, that will be the record.
It's
for
going to be,
consecutive championships.
well, it looks like they're off now under starters' orders, 15 minutes on the clock. Ready, of course, just looks like Ryan's got to finish this race, and effectively he's points clear then from anybody else in the championship, with only a maximum of 105 points to take this weekend. He's currently 95 ahead of Steve Powell. So as long as Ryan finishes in the top 8, I believe, this one, Steve's still got to finish first place with fastest lap to get anywhere near him.
And he's down in 9th place on the grid. He has struggled a bit with the lack of grip in qualifying. You see the number 3 truck there, the MAN. So Ryan just has to complete this race, and he's done it. There's John Powell. It's far less clear cut in Division 2, and John Powell has been out qualified by his title rival Simon Cole, who could become, I think, the first driver to win a title without winning a race all season.
Without winning any races, yeah, this is it. And to be honest, to the guys in Simon Cole's team, they are absolutely fantastic bunch. They're always there having a good time. They really try and keep a light-hearted atmosphere around the tent. But the first thing they told me last night, when I pulled up very late, I got here last night, apparently since they were over at the Le Mans, of course, they've made some serious modifications to the back end of the truck, and they're saying they've got a lot more power now, and fingers crossed we should see an actual win this weekend. But have they spoken too soon? This is the question.
Here we go then. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins lead them round ahead of Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, well up there after qualifying. Race number 1 of 5 this weekend, the final weekend of the season for the 2024 British Truck Racing Championship. Great to have Willem Bredek here from the Netherlands at the back of the grid in the Volvo, number 50. But Ryan Smith, he will want to secure the title with a flourish with another victory here at Brands Hatch. He started off in style with a couple of wins here on Easter weekend. His arch rival, David Jenkins, up alongside him. Here we go then, waiting for the power to come on. Revs are up, ready for a start, and here we go. You can see the wheels spinning there as they try to put the power down.
Already, as they come into the first corner, Paddock Hill Bend, it looks good on the inside for Ryan Smith. Bunching up slightly though, we've got Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke together. Nice clear away though, as we see Ryan Smith ahead already. A bit further back though, we see lots of steam coming from those brakes as we head around the hairpin. Further back then, we've got a great start there for Simon Cole in the 41. Neil Yates just to the back of him, and Willem Bredek, of course, from the Dutch, won't be taking any points this weekend, but can still go home with some trophies.
He certainly can, yes. An invitational runner this weekend. He raced up Le Mans with the British Championship as well on the Bugatti circuit. Division 2 is led by Paul Rivette. He could put a little spanner in the works this weekend of the championship contenders. Well, I say that, he goes off along with David Smith there over the grass. There were a lot of trucks doing that in qualifying as well. They're so slippery through there. John Bowler ended up in the gravel at the other end of the circuit at Paddock Hill Bend. He's just ahead of Adam Bint, but it's Ryan Smith who's already checked out at the front of the field ahead of Jenkins. Michael Oliver in third, then O'Rourke. Stuart Oliver is fifth. Smith survived that little off, and he's in 6th place ahead of John Bowler. Now, who's leading Division 2? Paul Rivette's lost some ground as a result of that off, so it's Adam Bint in front in Division 2. That's a bit of a surprise in the Volvo.
Indeed, ahead of Steve Powell and Neil Yates, so he's up in the Division 1s again, as we actually saw over in Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. Adam Bint racing with the big boys effectively. Of course, he's got a new truck in commission as well. He's currently building for next year. We're not allowed too many details about that, of course, but we're very excited to see him back in the British full-time, hopefully so. Great driving here then now. David Smith recovering quite well, but Adam Bint certainly putting him under pressure. One would question why Paul Rivette was found mixed up in the Division 1s at the same time.
Well, Paul Rivette is always very strong at Brands Hatch. I mean, earlier this season on Easter weekend, he actually took an overall win. He beat the Division 1 trucks to take a victory. The race was red flagged a few laps early, but that's the only time we've seen a Division 2 truck take an overall win this year as the leaders come up over the line to complete their second lap. Ryan Smith,
Dave Smith go off again.
Dave Smith off again at Clark Curve there. He'll lose out to Simon Cole and Neil Yates this time. Ryan Smith leading by 2 seconds ahead of Dave Jenkins, with Michael Oliver in third. Ryan Smith has, of course, done the fastest lap of the race. There is an extra point for fastest lap in each division as well. We'll try and keep up with the championship points as and when we can over the course of this weekend. Simon Cole was a bit wide out of Paddock bend there, so David Smith, who's returned to the championship after around 10 years away this year, back up the inside. The best he's had this year is a second place at Snetterton, if I remember rightly, and he would dearly love a first win if he can get in the right position with the reverse grids, of course, that we use, the top 8 being reversed for the third, fourth and fifth races of the weekend.
Yes, it certainly stands a chance. I mean, of course, we had Steve Powell in the reverse grid doing very well, holding off Ryan Smith previously, all the way until I believe it was the last lap where he eventually succumbed to the efforts of the reigning champion. But yeah, good to see Paul Rivett back. Of course, he missed a lot of Snetterton and, of course, the all-important Le Mans circuit this year. New engine for him that they just couldn't find in time, so great to have him back on the circuit. But will he be taking those important points away from possibly John Powell or the likes of Simon Cole?
Yes, he will be the spanner in the works. We can see him up the inside there going into Paddock. I think that's on Simon Cole. Yes, so Cole will drop a position there. That'll drop him a couple of points if it stays like that in the results, because Rivett is not a championship contender, as we just said. It's 20 points for a win, 18 for second, 16 for third, and so on downwards. These are the two Neil Yates recovery team trucks. Stephen Powell second in the Division 1 points. Behind him is Neil Yates, the owner of the recovery company. Those red and white colours, a big accident in his Division 1 debut last year at Thruxton. Further back in the order, Simon Cole is behind Paul Rivett, but he's ahead of his championship rival there. John Powell, who's having a quiet race so far in the Greenhouse DAF number 6.
Biding his time, I believe. Yeah, I got a chance to catch up with John Powell earlier on today, and the Adams Morey group, the Greenhouse group down there, have got a challenge on. You've got to guess how many corks are in a jar, and you can win a full heavy goods driver training package all the way up to your licence, which is pretty cool if I do say so.
Can't I win the bottles of booze at the Corks game? Instead?
No, I think they've already got through those this season. I think that's where the corks came
yes,
from.
Yes, probably, yes. So Ryan Smith is your leader. 3.6 seconds up now over David Jenkins in second. Michael Oliver still third. He's 3.8 seconds back. This is the battle for 7th place, with Adam Bint well up ahead of a couple of Division 1 trucks here, and a clear leader in Division 2. Second in Division 2 now is Paul Rivett ahead of Cole. Then it's John Powell, only 4th in the class. Willem Bradick is 5th, but he won't get points, so Archie Handy rounds out the Division 2 field. In Division 1, they're holding the top 6 place. It's Ryan Smith, David Jenkins, Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke. 5th is Stuart Oliver, John Bowler going well in 6th. 7th of Division 1 is Stephen Powell, then Yates, and finally, as we see behind this little lot, is David Smith. So Stephen Powell, if he stays down here, he will be out of championship contention. As it stands at the moment, the title is going to Ryan Smith.
Indeed, yes, just the finish ahead of Ryan Smith. As long as he bides his time, plays the right game, he should be in very good spirits when we see him next down in the pit lane shortly after this race. Of course, 4.3 seconds ahead after 5 laps. I mean, this guy, is he literally untouchable, unstoppable, perhaps?
Well, we know he's going to try and match next year the Stuart Oliver record of 10 titles overall. He wants to beat Stuart's record and then probably wants to go and try and win the European Championship as well.
One. Yeah, I mean, of course, Ryan Smith being in the European a few years ago, trying his hand there, yeah, it's a different kettle of fish, that European. I tell you what, any driver that's been over there will tell you that. Of course, with lots of prospective Division 2 drivers coming in next year, it'll be exciting to see a fuller pack out there on the circuit, and of course a bit more in the mix for him to have to battle his way through to get that 10th title. With the reverse grids, of course, having a little mix of Division 2 sometimes up there in the front 4 rows does make racing a little bit more interesting in the British trucks.
Stephen Powell having a look on the outside there of Adam Bint. He went off there on Easter weekend into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend and hit the tyre wall. Needed a couple of the heavy recovery vehicles. I know Trackside Recovery have called in some very large and impressive recovery vehicles here this weekend, including Mick Gould's big Peterbilt I saw in the paddock earlier on. We'll try and get some shots of that for you later on, because it's a very impressive big American beast indeed, that truck.
Shout out Trackside Recovery, of course. They've been with this sport now for quite some years, haven't they? Yes,
the resident recovery specialists here at Brands Hatch. Big thanks to Steve Bewers and his team as we watch Adam Bint still holding off those two Division 1 trucks of Stephen Powell and Neil Yates in 7th place overall. Of course, they won't mind too much about getting past him because they'll get the points in Division 1.
Yes.
But they'll want to get past to try and catch their Division 1 rivals up ahead of him. What's the gap between Bowler and Bint now? They're just coming across the line to complete lap number 7. Yeah, this lot are 12 seconds back on the top 6 at the moment. This is the battle for 3rd place. Michael Oliver, cracking season Michael Oliver's had, holding off Tom O'Rourke here.
Yeah, it's like he's dusted off his racing gloves this year and come out of nowhere. I mean, he's always been a good driver and a fantastic person around the paddock. But yeah, I feel like he's certainly found his groove this season. It's been fantastic to watch his racing. Yeah, result after result after result. Taking, I believe, 4 trophies home from Le Mans last time we were there, which is just, you know, absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, really great to see him, and hopefully, of course, we get that continued back in from the 2 GT trucks next season for hopefully another improved year for Michael overall.
Tom O'Rourke giving chase. Been a relatively quiet year in his getting used to his new American International Navistar. He's only down in 8th place in the Division 1 points, but a better run for him here. He's had a fair few mechanical problems and a lot of bad luck as well, Tom O'Rourke, this year.
Yeah, yes, indeed. This is the problem with, of course, these machines. They are, oh dear, so speaking of which, Tom O'Rourke...
Curse of the commentator.
Indeed, gone round on the hairpin, facing the wrong way now into traffic. Can he swing it back round? We've got a truck coming up there in the distance.
Don't go in there.
Oh dear, I think we are officially bedded in there. We see on the back tyres he is buried, so I think that's going to be a virtual safety car at bare minimum whilst we try and get him snatched back out of the gravel. Quite close to the edge of the track though, luckily, as we see the 2 Division 1 Yates and Powell making their way finally past Adam Bint in Division 2. But of course, if that is a yellow flag, which I think it will have to be, yes, we see the lights coming out now. What do you think about that?
Well, I know it was a good save by Michael Oliver. I hope his right front tyres survived that and he hasn't got a puncture, so he's able to keep going. The race is still on at the moment.
Yeah, we're coming past here with quite some pace still, aren't they?
Well, there's Adam Bint dropping back into the clutches of David Smith. Paul Rivette's up there as well, so we're about to have a battle, I think, for the lead in Division 2 because Paul Rivette is beginning to close now on Adam Bint. He won't be able to get past anyone on the run-up to Druids because the yellows are out there with Tom O'Rourke's truck in the gravel. So David Smith backed off there. He's looking for an overtake on the inside, and they're closing up as well on, I think that's Neil Yates ahead of them. So 4 of them together again. Paul Rivette goes to the inside, coming down to Graham Hill Bend. Yep.
David Smith is a bit twitchy on the back end in this race, so not sure whether he'll be super happy with the handling at the moment, because he does seem to be getting quite close to the boundaries, doesn't he? Very nice move up the inside there, Adam Bint, protecting that gap ahead of Dave Smith. But yeah, I think Paul Rivette's just waiting in the wings there, looking for that perfect opportunity to carry the momentum through. A lot of racing with momentum is with these trucks. It's not all about just overall acceleration power, although in this instance we're seeing putting that down past Dave Smith, and and through he is now to start chasing. Oh my God, what's going on there? We've got John Powell riding the back of truck 41.
Yeah, I've just seen that going past the commentary box window. John Powell is literally linked in the back bumper of Simon Cole. The two Division...
No.
There they are, the 2 Division 2 title rivals were stuck together.
This happened before.
Yeah, Stuart Oliver and Ricky Collett it was a few years ago.
I can't believe I've just seen that going past the windows of the media centre here at Brands Hatch.
I've heard of bump crafting, that's ridiculous.
He just wanted a lift, didn't he?
Well, it saves a bit on rubber and fuel, I suppose.
Oh, God. I mean, look, it looks like they're both underway. Ryan Smith getting in the mix now. They've obviously slowed themselves down a little bit. So he's going to want to make a clean pass from Simon Cole. Hopefully not give Simon Cole a lift. I mean, is this like just a piggyback race now or what?
Oh, I'd be interested to see how that happened there. We picked it up as they went past the commentary box window. That's the second time we've seen that here at Brands Hatch. Well, Ricky Collett, to be fair, with Stuart Oliver on the back of him, managed 2 whole laps at the end of a race, and they finished like it.
Yes, it's true. I mean,
Tow truck of the year, I think he was presented with.
What's going on outside the window, but I'm sorry, anybody would have had to comment on what they saw then. That was insane. So we've got Adam Bint still with this very tight trio. Paul Rivette, Dave Smith, Adam Bint there, tussling away there at the front of Division 2. Dave Smith
red flags coming out.
Ah, right, okay. It looks like we've called it then. Have we got a truck off then? I can't see.
Well,
Tom O'Rourke's still out, but have we ended up with John Powell? No, John Powell goes past the camera there, so he's not the one.
okay, we've not 100% sure of the reason for the red flag, but we presume it's because of Tom O'Rourke still there in the gravel at Druids, but he'd been there for a couple of laps.
Long time under yellow
So,
light, so
2 minutes 41 on the clock. I would imagine that will be race declared.
I think they're going to call
and
it.
that means
Yep.
Ryan Smith, 9 in a row.
9 in a row, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it's we've got hand movements down in the pit lane there. It is indeed race over. So I think I better. I don't even. This is the problem, you see. This is where it gets confusing, because they'll send them straight back to the paddock now to clear the track, and I'm going to go down to the pit lane and not be able to speak to Ryan Smith.
Well, maybe you dash over to see if you can dash over to the outer paddock and see if we can hear from our, subject to final confirmation of the result, our 9th consecutive year that Ryan Smith has won the Division 1 championship. But Pointy join us in the box for that race. But Ryan Smith, provisionally at least, is champion for the 9th year in succession. I think it'll be David Jenkins and Michael Oliver to complete the podium in Division 1, and Paul Rivett hadn't quite caught Adam Bint there, so I think Adam Bint will take the win in Division 2, subject to final confirmation. There's debris at Clark Curve there, which I think is from either Simon Cole or John Powell's briefly interlinked trucks there. Second time we've seen that in the championship in the last few years. So provisional result of that race then. Ryan Smith completing 11 laps and taking the win over David Jenkins. He was 12 seconds ahead even in not quite the full race distance. That's incredible from Ryan Smith, your champion for 9th year in a row. Michael and Stuart Oliver 3rd and 4th. Then John Bowler ahead of Stephen Powell and Neil Yates. And in Division 2, Adam Bint takes the win ahead of Paul Rivett, David Smith behind them. Then Simon Cole and John Powell did manage to get their trucks to the end of the race. And then Willem Bredig and Archie Handy a lap down. Of course, we lost Tom O'Rourke into the gravel trap from 4th place. Right, just to make certain, I'm going to put the points into my spreadsheet here in the commentary box and see what that does to the championship. I think we can hand down to Pointy. Hopefully he can talk to Ryan Smith.
Right, absolutely phenomenal. It's a shame he didn't get to complete the full 15 minutes, but we see early celebrations here, and well deserved too for Ryan Smith as he gets out of the truck and wishes his team well. Thanks them for their support through the year of what this is of course going to be. Give us a hug, come on. Ryan Smith's for a 9th consecutive win. I've got Alan over here as well. Alan, do you want me to hold both microphones?
You're absolutely fine.
Okay.
I find it entertaining.
It is. You watch him. Yeah, this is it. Well, everybody. Entertaining is a word for it, definitely. Right, Ryan. My goodness. I believe at the moment, as it stands, they've called the race at 75%, and that does in fact mean that you are now points clear again for the first race at Brands again to win the 9th championship in a row.
Delighted for my team, really delighted. They've worked so hard. 9 titles, still surreal. We spoke about it this morning. Arnie lost his dad last year. We dedicated the championship to him, and we lost my mum. And I'm not a big talker, but that's for my mum as well. If she's looking down, 9 in a row.
I'm sure I can probably safely say she'll be very proud of your efforts in racing as a whole, and the driver you've become over the last few years. You know, everyone's been on a journey, you especially, but look at you now. It's paid off. I mean, the sky's the limit, surely.
Yeah, we've improved on and off track, as you know. You've been with us through that journey, and we just get older, a bit wiser, and we just put us energy into the driving side of it and keep developing. I'm delighted for the team. They work, especially Arnie. Listen, I say the team, Arnie, we have a team here, but Arnie at base, he works on the truck on his own. He's a credit to me, and as much as I win the championship, he wins it. Must say a thank you to all our sponsors, and I've never given him a shout out, and I'm always a little bit hard on him, but my dad helped us no end with this truck, you know, and my dad got me into truck racing through.
That's our milk, isn't it? Yeah.
It's our milk, and Dad, if you're watching, that was for you as well, pal.
Right, well, Ryan, let me shake your hand again for the 9th time, shaking a champion's hand. Phenomenal effort. You need to go and find yourself Alan Hyde to speak to him. We're going to have a word, if we can, then with Division 2 just quickly, a bit further down. So we've got autographs getting done already. Alan speaking to Dave Jenkins, another great result for him. Paul, where is he? Here he is. Wow, that was a phenomenal race. I mean, you were fully, once again, mixed in with the Division 1s, holding them off for quite some time. We'll get to Mr. Cole in a minute about his tow truck business he's starting up.
Yeah, it was a good race. We're nice to be racing with everybody else. We could see Paul, the nearest competitor, was quite far back, so I chose to let Steve come down the pass, and there was a yellow flag and Neil come past, and then me and Dave had a little bit of contact, so I lost a bit of times, but it was all good fun racing. I enjoyed every minute of it.
It was a phenomenal race to watch, especially, like I say, Division 2, because there were so many challenges for that top 3. I mean, I might have let the cat out the bag, but we might be seeing you a bit more full time next year, am I right?
Yeah, we're here for the full season next year, sponsored by Apollo Tyres, so we can commit to next year and get some more sponsorship on and really push forward, and we'll be moving into Division 1.
And will we be seeing you in the same truck?
No, it'll be a brand new built truck.
Ooh!
No,
right, well, Adam, great start to the weekend. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. Simon, now we only saw the results of whatever happened. How did John Powell end up on your back bumper?
We were both together fighting, because we were both fighting for the championship there. I was in the lead. I just think he overcooked it, got caught on my back wheel and pulled up in the back. I just pulled him up there. He said nothing. It's racing, you know. What can we do?
Yeah, and you've both driven away from it.
Yeah. We both got away with it. I was going to try and take him all the way round to the finish line. I still finished in front of him then. But
well, at least you can control the finish.
Yeah.
Speaking of incidents, Michael, come on in a moment. Now, we saw you come off a cropper. Tom O'Rourke going a bit deep into the corner of Paddock Hill Bend. You did quite well at pulling that back, the same way as Simon did quite well of controlling the situation with John Powell.
I didn't see what Simon was doing.
He tried to give John Powell a lift around the circuit. Remember, like your dad did to Ricky Collett a couple of years ago. Yeah.
It's all good crack, isn't it?
All good crack. Definitely a crack bumper.
Christ, aye.
Good start to the weekend for you.
Oh, aye, lovely. Yeah. Lovely, aye.
And of course, even more important starts to the weekend for you.
yeah, it's in our hands. John was 14 points in front. Well, I've got to go for it. It is what it is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see where that ended up.
So he intentionally took John out there then?
No, John tried to slow him down by holding onto his back bumper.
Did he beat him then? Get on, silent!
Hey, right then, well, you can see the atmosphere is electric down here in the pit lane at Brands Hatch for the last weekend of the British Truck Racing Championship. We've got a lunch break now, but we've got one more massive truck race for you this afternoon, so please do stay tuned here. I'm going to hand back to my friend Ian Waterhouse. Ian, what a great start to the weekend for the trucks.
I love watching these trucks. There's so much. In fact, we had the pickups and the trucks, and boy, oh boy, both been put on a show, haven't they? Difficult conditions out there, I think, Pointsy.
Yeah, very, very greasy. I think we spoke to John Powell earlier on, and he said it's typical. It's greasy in places that aren't usually greasy, so that's throwing everybody a curveball this weekend. But it's dryish in the sky, which is important. Yeah. We might see a bit more heat in the tarmac after lunch, and fingers crossed, a slightly more tranquil race, if you can see such a thing.
I don't think there's such a thing as a tranquil race with a British truck. Look, right, Div 1, congratulations, Ryan Smith. He's wrapped up his 9th consecutive title. That's quite something. Yep. Division 2, though, still all to play for.
I haven't done the maths yet. They told me I wouldn't need maths for this job, but they lied. So effectively...
Plumber.
Yeah, I'm a plumber, gas man. I have I do gas, not an engineer though. So we saw Simon Cole there for however that happened, effectively finishing in front of.
Did you just
John
speak
Powell.
to Simon?
I did, yeah.
I didn't hear what he said.
Well, he just says he's under the impression John just came in a bit hot. They ended up getting attached, literally, and towed him round for a little bit, really. But of course, that does mean that because John was on the back of Simon, that Simon finished ahead of him. So when it went back, even if it goes back a lap, which it does with a red flag situation, it'll go back to the result of the lap previous to the red flag.
And Simon was ahead.
He was still ahead, exactly. So a closing of the points between the top two Division 2 will make it another interesting afternoon for them.
Fantastic. Close racing, literally. Pointy, thank you so much. Right, do stay tuned, everybody. Hopefully, very soon, we're going to have a bit of a livery challenge for you guys with the mini challenge trophy here in the pit lane. They should be sending them out soon, so don't go far. You've got just enough time to go get yourselves a nice cup of tea, a coffee, maybe grab yourself a little sandwich as well. In fact, we've got Vicky here. Vicky, can I just borrow you for 2 seconds? Please come on over. Please come on over. Vicky McClinton here. Junior Saloon Car Championship. The title's going to be decided this weekend. Tell us about the season for how it's been for you.
It's been an amazing season. The kids once again pulled it out of the bag. We go to these tracks. We come here this weekend, greasy track, are going out after trucks, and again they just put it out there, do what they do. The racing standards have just been spot on.
It's quite remarkable they're teenagers launching themselves around racetracks, aren't they? Do you heart in mouth moments at times, is it?
It's like I'm a mum to the 20 odd kids out there every round. The minute they get in those cars, they go off, you forget their age. They impress us so much. They're so much better than some senior racing I've seen. So yeah, it is every race start is my little heart goes, oh, here we go. But they do what they do.
Fantastic. I'll let you crack on anyway. I know you love doing this bit anyway. Thank you very much, Vicky. Yes, Junior Saloon Car Race, that's coming up a little bit later. Like I said, you've just got time to get yourselves a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, maybe a little sandwich, and fingers crossed we'll be able to come back very soon, and we're going to ask for you guys to choose your favourite livery of the Mini Challenge Trophy cars, so do not go very far. I will see you very soon. Don't go far. Bye-bye.
Thanks to Ian and Pointy down in pit lane. We're into our lunch break now. We're back underway in about 45 minutes' time with our next race, which will be the Mini 7 Racing Club, their winter shootout here at Brands Hatch. We've got 4 races coming up after the lunch break. The classic minis, if you've not seen them before, the Mini 7 Racing Club, we've got a real treat coming up. That's followed by the Young Guns in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Their title decider this weekend, Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore, fighting for the championship over 2 races. First of 3 races for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, 4 identical BMW Mini Coopers. I think we've got 6 drivers can still win the championship in that one. And the British Truck Racing Championship have another race at the end of the programme. So we're back underway just after 2 p.m. A couple of your comments. John Wilkins says, my mum and I watched Trucking Heavy a couple of weeks ago and John Bowler starred in it. And he also says, I wonder if Ash Sutton's here to watch Paul Rivette in the Napa truck. Be great to see Ash out in one of these. Of course, we saw Sam Osborne substitute for Paul Rivette when he was out injured earlier this season at Pembrey. Craig Corbett says we need to get Jimmy Broadbent in one of these. There's a question we'll put to you. Which racing driver from another series would you like to see have a go in the British Truck Racing Championship? There's been a lot of celebrity drivers over the years. Davina Galitza, the former Olympic skier. Martin Brundle had a go. Barry Sheen, the bike racing legend. And plenty of celebrity drivers. John McGuinness, Isle of Man TT legends, had a couple of goes as well. One person I'd like to see race one of these, Tom Harris, the F1 Stock Car World Champion. I reckon he'd be pretty good at racing a truck. Thanks to everybody else who's been in touch, but we're now going into our lunch break. We'll be back with you in about just under 45 minutes from now with our 4 races for this afternoon.
Right, everybody, welcome to the back of the... No, please come through, guys. Don't worry about us. It's fine. Yeah, here we are, back in the garages. We thought to look at some of the liveries of the cars. We're going to grab some of the drivers as well. Somebody we've got here is Gabe Fairbrother. Gabe, can we have a quick chat if we can, please? You can bring your tea over if you like. One of only 2 men to have scored points in every single race this season in the Mini Challenge Trophy. Your consistency, something else, isn't it?
I know, we've shown some really good consistency this year. And like, as being one of the only 2 drivers to do it, it's kind of unfortunate where we are in the champs, especially with.
You're still in with a shot though. You're still in just about with a shot.
Yeah. Well, we're going to give it our full go for it. We're going to try and do everything we can, throw everything we have at it, and try to take that top spot on the 23rd of November for that awards do.
Oh, yeah, I haven't had an invite yet, by the way. But Gabe, look, I understand as well, Nicola was just telling me, you've been instructing everybody how to make the perfect cup of tea. So how do you make the perfect cup of tea?
So, right, I'll start with, first of all, I don't do no Yorkshire tea bags or PG tea bags.
Is that controversial? What do we think?
Oh, I know. M&S gold tea bags. You may be thinking, oh, you're posh. No, they're cheaper than PG and Tetley and all them, yeah? So, go try some. Then, you put your hot water in, yeah? Leave it for 2 minutes. Don't take it out straight away. Let it, like, marinate. You need to let it marinate. And then, take the tea bag out in the bin. Don't leave it anywhere. Don't let it like stain any countertops. Yeah, my mum goes mental at me for that. So then sugar, no milk first. No, sorry, no. Actually, it depends really. It doesn't really matter. But you need that like kind of golden brown colour, not like pale, because then you're just too milky. You're just drinking milk with some flavour. Okay. So golden brown, and then like maybe half a sugar to 1 sugar.
Do you stir it clockwise or anti-clockwise?
All right, I start clockwise, yeah, for a good, like, maybe 5 circles, and then I'll do 2 anti-clockwise.
Wow. Do you go into this much information when it comes to analysing your laps?
Well, I try to.
Okay, what are you expecting from new racing today? I mean, track conditions are a little bit iffy this morning, weren't they?
Yeah, well, with the track conditions being so mixed, it is hard to get on a guaranteed setup, and it is hard for the team, especially to make that final decision for going into that race. But with what we've got to do. So I'm expecting some very close racing in the mini challenge, like always. We're starting P5 in the first race, and I know we can do it from there. We've done it in the past, and I know we can do it again. So just full sends.
Okay. Thank you very much, mate, and I appreciate you. We're just going to cut through here, letting us know how to make the perfect cup of tea. Let's have a look at Gabe's car, and if we can actually as well, we do want you to vote for your favourite livery for the Mini Challenge Trophy. So here's Matt Hammond's car. Have a look at this. If you like the look of this car, if you like the look of livery, just put his number in, number 78, in the comment section on YouTube. So let's have a look at the car, shall we? Here it is right here. There you go. If you like that, if you think that's could well be a winner, remember number 78. Or do you prefer Gabe Fairbrother? We just heard from him, he's just making the perfect tea. What do you think of his livery design? Do you prefer that one? So 11 or 78? What do you prefer? Behind us as well, we've got a couple of other cars. We've got Ben Taylor's car, the number 86. What do you think of that one? Let us know. If you like that one, in the comment section, number 86. There's no prizes or anything, it's just for fun really. Here's Catier's car as well, the number 5. So if you like that one better, which out of these 4 cars do you like the best so far, the livery design? Let's there we go, let's move out, shall we? We've got a lot of spot. I want to go down here because I saw Lydia a minute ago, so I just wonder if she's around. Let's see who else we can find to have a quick talk with. Alex Solly's over there, he's 3rd in the championship, he's got a chance as well. Is Alex there? Alex is there. Yes. Oh, Alex, over you come, buddy. Over you come. Let's have a quick chat with Alex. Season's been going well, still in the hunt just about. What are we expecting from today's race, Alex?
Progression, if anything. Quali wasn't great, so I mean, we're still in the mix. Top 5 in the championship are still top 5 in quali, so yeah, it'd be good.
So it's levelled out quite nicely then, actually, has it? It's a good representation of how the season's gone.
Yeah. I mean, it's who should be fighting for these last few races, really, to decide who wins it. But no, car feels great, so hopefully it'll be a good race.
What's been a season highlight for you? I was at Pembrey that you picked up the win there, didn't you?
Yeah, obviously the wins were great. Thruxton was probably the best. We always liked Thruxton. So.
I think I was there for that. Is that why? Because I wasn't there.
Was it? Maybe. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But no, Thruxton was good. Yeah, we always seem to do well there, so that was a good haul of points. But yeah, just been consistent all year, which is the main thing, which is what we came into this year wanting to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully.
Right, Alex, I've been chatting to Gabe. Actually, he was talking about how to make the perfect cup of tea. Tea or coffee? What's better?
Tea for me. Oh, I'm not a coffee man.
What tea? Because Gabe was like M&S only.
He's one of them. Yorkshire brew for me.
Yorkshire tea, good man. He knows his tea. Look, best of luck. It's great to see you. James, let's just grab James for a second if we can. James, winner, of course, now in the Mini Challenge. I didn't see it, Silverson. Congratulations. How did that win feel?
Well, I think everyone, if you did watch the ITV coverage, it was the release of emotion was immense.
It was great to watch, yeah.
And everything that we've worked hard for the last years have really paid off. And it was about time we finally got that win. So we got second. So it was like, when is it going to come? And then it finally came. So
could it be like buses? You've got one now. They're all going to come along this weekend here at Brands.
Be nice. Home track. I hate to think how many nights I've done around here this year. So we're in a good position. Second and third on the grid. We'll see where the reverse grid puts us tomorrow. Yeah. But P2 for today. It's starting to dry out. Should be interesting.
It's going to stay dry, is it? I mean, the clouds are thereabouts, aren't they?
Yeah, it's not dry very quickly. You can watch in the last year, even the pickups of the truck racing, it's still that damp patch. So if you go offline, it could be quite spicy.
There's no sun. It's not going to burn off, is it, today? So.
No, bit of wind, but it's not going to dry that easily. So it'll be interesting tyre choice. So we've got all of our lovely tyres here that the Grace Motorsport team have prepared us. But no, let's put on a show today and then all to play for tomorrow.
Top man, James. Great to see you. Congratulations again, mate. Really, really do mean it. I saw Lydia knocking around somewhere. Where is she? Where's Lydia? I saw Lydia somewhere. Where is she? Is Lydia about? No? Okay. We'll keep moving down. We'll see if we can find her in a bit if she's hanging around somewhere. I did see her, of course, racing in JCW. She's been working with Graves all season. I wonder if she's... In fact, let's just poke the camera in. Is anybody in there? No. Shall we just... This is what the Graves motorhome looks like, by the way. How nice is this, by the way? I don't know if we're supposed to be in here, but we are anyway. So, Graves, thank you very much. We're about to be locked in as well, so we're literally here by ourselves. But how great is this? Look at this. I could just analyse all my lap times here. This is someone's laptop, but I'm sure they won't mind. Just send some emails whilst I'm here. Good stuff indeed. I think we better get out before we get told off as well. Thank you very much, guys. I keep forgetting that people can are actually watching this. Thank you. Cheers. Let's keep moving ourselves down a little bit further, shall we? And just cut through and look at some more of the liveries here. This is actually Gregory's car here. Now, if you did tune in, hey guys, you're all right. How's it going? If you remember up at Croft earlier in the season, I raced against Ashley. She's not here because she's still reeling about losing to me in a foot race. So let's keep going down a little bit further, shall we? Of course, only joking. She was in the safety car. We had a cracking little bit of fun there. Let's move ourselves down a little bit. Here is Sam Gornall's car. This is important, actually. Here's Harry Hickton. Here's Sam Gornall. Sam Gornall leader in the championship by 31 points from Harry Hickton. These two going toe-to-toe for the championship. Well, there's about 5 or 6 drivers actually in with a sniff, but these are the main two title protagonists here today and tomorrow. So I don't know if anybody's around. We do have a pretty quick car. Sorry, look at this one. Number 1 in the Mini Challenge right here. We have a future Mini Challenge trophy driver and future champion. How are you? That's a no. Thank you, guys. Cheers. There we go. Let's move down a little bit further as well. We're in the pit lane here at Brands Hatch. In fact, if we go a bit further down, we'll catch up with some of the junior saloon cars as well. In the outer paddock, further over, we heard from Pointy a little bit earlier. That's where the British Truck Racing Championship cars are, and the pickups as well, and the minis. We've got the O-Plate Winter Series Championship coming up a little bit later as well. Reese Hurd's car here as well, by the way. He's had 5 wins this season. He has had some races where he is absolutely lightning fast, just out of the championship reckoning, but he has been lightning quick at times this season. Always a driver to keep your eyes peeled for. And now we move into some of the junior saloon cars as well. There's one through there. Let's just see if anybody is about. There's Chandler Motorsport there. Let's keep going down. I'm going to just grab a word with one more person before we hand back, because we are going to very shortly. There's Luca there. Before we have to get it. There's Harry Hickton. Let me just grab Harry. Harry, don't disappear from me. Don't disappear. How we do, buddy? You all right? Just wanted to come have a quick chat with you. Of course, the title's on the line this weekend. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling confident. 2 years ago, I was here in the lead of the Saxos.
Yeah.
With a not great car, and it was it was nerve-wracking. So to come into the final weekend with a chance of winning, but being a chaser, it's a whole different mindset. So yeah.
Do you think that gives you a little bit less pressure then? All the pressure's on Sam, really?
Yeah, definitely. I think if I come second this weekend, then it's fine, because I started the weekend second, I ended second. But if it gives me something to aim for, and I know I've got what I've got to do, and obviously getting a pole position this morning was the best thing. So I've got the 6 bonus points for that, which is a perfect start. And if that's the grid for race 3 tomorrow, so start on pole for that, and that could be the ultimate race. So yeah, we're on the front foot. I'm feeling really confident. So just have to see how it goes.
Excellent. Look, Harry, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, mate. Really appreciate it. Let you crack on. Thank you very much, guys. Let's just move back on through, shall we? We've got Will Butler's car there, Smith's car here. Harry Smith going very well in the championship this season as well. Oh, we've got Jonathan Moore. Let's just grab John. Quick chat, if we can, right in the title fight as well for Junior Saloon Car Championship. How's qualifying?
A little bit of confusion over qualifying. A red flag that wasn't, as far as I know, wasn't meant to be put out.
Yeah.
Hindered some people, benefited other people. So I think it's still ongoing as to where we're going to start. But either way, wherever I start, I've got the same job. So just trying to keep my head down, keep clicking away at it. Qualifying will be what it is. And yeah, same job wherever I start.
Are you pleased with how your season's gone? You must be delighted, right?
Definitely been some highlights. Some not so great moments, probably Pembury, Thruxton not so much, more out of my control, but Pembury and Anglesey weren't too great, although obviously in the season you're never going to have a perfect race every race. So I'm glad that we're, even with those bad rounds, we're still up there and still fighting for it.
Can I ask, how old are you?
16.
16. So you're obviously still at school, or are you college?
College.
What's it like then when you go racing on a weekend, you go back to college on a Monday, and it was like, oh, what did you do this weekend? Your mates are like, oh, I didn't really do anything. You're like, yeah, I went racing around Brands Hatch.
Well, I go to Loughborough with the Motorsport UK Academy.
Brilliant. Okay.
So everyone there is a driver. So I think if I don't say normal college, but if I go to a I guess more scholar type of college, then it'd be a bit different. And definitely when I was in year 11 at the start of this year, it was very different. Getting to go away on a Friday, my mates were not too happy about that. But at college, yeah, we're all racing drivers with the same mentality.
Top man. Look, best of luck this weekend. I really appreciate you talking to us, Jonathan Moore there. Second in the championship, in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Looks like the rest of the garages. Oh, there's Max. Let's grab Max for a very quick chat if we can. Let's have a quick chat with him. Look, have you got any sponsors, any sponsored logos or anything like Dan's here as well? Oh, Dan, I did see that, mate. How's it going? Boys, how are we doing this weekend? What are we up to? Are we just enjoying the moment at the minute?
Yeah, just spectating, supporting Harvey and Bertie here at Coast Motorsport.
Yeah. Dan, you...
Yeah.
What are you up to? Just enjoying yourself?
Same as, we're here with the team, obviously supporting Bertie and Harvey. There's a few guys we know here in the minis, maybe some plans coming next year, but
maybe, exclusive.
Maybe. But so we're here to see a few of them, but just, of course enjoy the racing.
What do you make of the conditions today, Max? It's a bit iffy out there, isn't it?
It's certainly a bit interesting. You wouldn't want to go into turn one in the mid pack today, really, but you get on with it.
Excellent. Who's going to win today?
Oh, and that's a brilliant question. I mean, obviously it's Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore at the top of the series. So
just heard from Jonathan as well. He's feeling confident.
There we go. They could be up there. But obviously, as Max said, the conditions are looking a bit tricky. I'd love to be out there right now. I'm a little bit jealous.
I bet you would.
But yeah, so the conditions are going to throw it up. So you never know.
Excellent. And just before I let you go, guys, Dan, tea or coffee?
Tea, please.
Tea. Excellent. Thank you very much, guys. Right, there you go. We are starting to gear ourselves up, ready for the racing action. There's Josh Salvadore's car, by the way, very familiar looking livery. And what is that helmet all about? So just stay with us a second, actually. Sorry, bud, do you mind if we just nip through? Thank you very much. I just want to have a quick look at what this is here. We timed that well. We are live as well. What is this all about?
I don't know, I just found it in the garage, so...
You literally just found it as
yeah, they've got loads there.
Oh yeah, they have. Look at all these.
Put one on for this?
No, I do not.
Sure?
No. You having it on is enough for everybody. Talk us through your season. How's it been?
It's been alright. A few ups and downs. More downs than ups, I guess, but we sorted it. We're going to get through it. Try and make our way through the race.
What's the plan for next season?
It's quite a difficult one. It's mainly steering towards high on dice, but we'll see what happens, won't we?
It's nice to see such good camaraderie from everybody. Can we get a wave, everybody? Can we get a wave over here? There we go. Look, I'm going to let you go. Thanks for putting that on. We couldn't time that any better, could we? Look at that. Proper. I don't think it's compliant, though. Right, there we Cheers. Right, let's move out. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much for that. And there we go. We are very shortly going to go racing, so we better get ourselves back up to assembly. We've got the Winter O Plate coming up very shortly for the Mini 7s. It's going to be an absolute corker. We're going to get ourselves up to assembly, and I will be back very soon. Don't go far. Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to Assembly Area, one of my favourite places to be, especially when we have all of these minis here. Yes, this is the Oak Plate Winter Shootout, and it's just for this weekend only. The honour of spending next season with this on your car. This is Ross, of course, he currently has it, and Ross, you were just explaining the format to me from last year to this year, so can you explain how somebody gets this 0 on their car for next year?
So we've got 3 races over this weekend, obviously 1 today, 2 tomorrow, and whoever's got the most amount of points gets to run the 0 plate.
And that's it, that's simple. Last year was a bit different though, wasn't it?
Yeah, last year we had like a winter series, so I had a few more rounds included, and it was 7 races in total with 1 drop score. So yeah, and I won that by 1 point, so yeah, I thought I'd run it.
How do you feel today knowing everybody's looking at you thinking, I want that 0?
I don't know, really.
Does it feel like a massive target on your back?
Yeah, it's nice to sort of show it off as well, and yeah, and obviously everyone can see what they can run next year. So yeah, I think it's good. There's something different to do. So yeah.
What do you make of the conditions here? I imagine it was track still a bit damp, maybe.
It might be. Yeah, it wasn't really for me those conditions earlier. I struggled in those sort of the wet, tricky conditions. So I'm a lot happier to see it's dried out. So. Yeah, we'll see.
Top man, Ross, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Good luck as well. Yeah, so difference last season, it was over 7 rounds. This is literally just this weekend, so 3 races in total. There are a number of class splits as well. It's just whoever has the most over the course of the 3 races. Listen to that. Can you actually hear that? A little bit earlier as well, they were playing Thriller. And all sorts of music on their horns over there. It's a real cool party atmosphere. Tomorrow we've got fireworks as well. Sold out. That, by the way. I believe you might still, if you do fancy coming down to Brands Hatch, I believe you might still be able to get tickets at the gate, but do head over to Brands Hatch website just to double confirm that. Don't just turn up based on what I've said, because probably might not go so well for you. Let's move down and grab a word with some of the other drivers. Hello, Aaron. How you doing? All right, it's good
really
to see you.
Thank you. Yeah.
How's your season gone?
I would say it's gone really well, to be fair. Like, we've had a couple of wins. We finished the championship in P2, so can't grumble at that. Won it last year, P2 this year. You know, like it's still been a really good year.
P3 next year? No.
No. We'll be out on a
Back
charge.
to number 1, right?
Definitely, yeah.
How badly do you want that 0?
It'll be a high contest here. We've got Ian. He will be going well. We'll be going well. Rupert, he'll want it. I got it last year, so I'm hoping to retain that.
Excellent, man. Look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. It's
Yeah,
great to see you again,
cheers.
Aaron. It really is. There's a fighting talk there, Ian. Fighting talk there. You're not going to let that one go, are you? You're going to get him.
No. I've taught him everything he knows.
Brands Hatch, where does it rank for you on all the tracks you've raced at?
I'm biased because I'm only 20 minutes from here, so it's my local track. So yeah, I think Brands is a fantastic track. I really enjoy it. This is a great meeting to do, like finish off the year. So yeah, no, really excited for it, really.
Now, tell me about these cars, all right? So people who are tuning in have never seen these minis go around Brands Hatch before. What are we going to see from you guys?
Well, these are awesome cars, and they're very good. They're very fast. They handle superb. There's going to be a real good battle between me, Aaron, and Rupert, I think, and Phil as well. So yeah, I think we should have a real good race.
Ian, thanks so much. Best of luck
Thank
as
you.
well. I really appreciate it. Let's keep moving around, shall we? Let's go down. I think Fraser was down here a little bit earlier as well. I wanted to have a quick chat with him. Of course, there's hack across his car. Let's see how. In fact, if you're looking at it as well, you can see different sun visor strips. That represents the classes. So obviously the green one is the Mini 7 S class. Let's grab a quick chat with Fraser, shall we? How are we doing, mate? It's good to see you again, by the way. How are you?
My worst.
Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look at the hair. No, you look all right. You look all right.
It's not this, is it?
No, it's, well, you know, look, let's make you look more like me. There we go.
Right.
There you go, top man. Look, how did qualifying go?
It went okay. We weren't the fastest car. We weren't far off. I think the track had a really, how to say it, the prime was a really short window, and I think during that period we were just in the traffic. So we went well. We were second fastest, but obviously with this shootout format.
Why is there so much mud on your tyres?
Well, actually, to be fair, my dad borrowed it at Silverstone, so I might be able to blame him for that one.
Yeah,
but that'll be the card.
Yeah. Look, how's your season been? You enjoyed it?
It's good. We haven't done the full season. Right. We've only done a few key rounds, so we basically Grand Slams Thruxton touring car support race, and the mini festival as well. So this year the big event's been really good. So this is the last one. We're meant to have a lot of spectators this weekend. So hopefully
tomorrow's going to be a big day as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to try and do our best. see what we can pull out the bag.
Right, people watching this and have never seen these minis race before. First of all, where have you been? But what can we expect from you guys out on track? Sideways action?
A lot of sideways action, a lot of door-to-door, a lot of tow. Round a circuit like this is a bit NASCAR-y in the sense that it's a lot of trains. So yeah, jam-packed, full of action. It'll be brilliant.
Top man, look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, mate.
It's good to see you, buddy. Right, let's just move down, shall we? I think we've got a little bit of time. This race is due to get underway at about 2:05. I haven't got a clue what time it is at the minute, but I just want to jump in. Look, we've got a bit of tactics going on here. Are we talking tactics, guys? What's the plan for the race? What's the tactics?
Drop the clutch, spin the wheels, launch it, flat out round Paddock, little break for Druids, straight to the front, gap the Miglias, cross the line.
Wow, you really were talking tactics, weren't you? That's quite impressive.
Oh, my tactics?
What are your tactics?
Are mine. So my tactics, clench
really tight.
Really tight. Make sure that's tight.
Yeah.
Try and not put it in the wrong gear on the start line. Reverse is not ideal.
No.
Give it a few beans. Try not to stall, because that's actually happened before. And just have a good time.
And have you packed spare underwear?
I have, actually. 3 pairs per race.
And on that note, we'll leave it to it. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. It's good stuff. Great camaraderie here in the garage. You can hear all of the trucks going again as well. It really is absolutely fantastic here. We are going to be going racing very, very shortly for this. This is, of course, the O-Plate Winter Shootout. If you're watching again, of course, on YouTube at BARC TV, thank you, by the way, for tuning in throughout the entire season. This is the last live stream of the season with the British Automobile Racing Club. Very, very sad indeed. But please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. It doesn't cost you anything to do at all. It just means when we do go live next year for the events, you might get a little notification so you don't miss any of the action. All the pictures we bring are completely free for you to tune in. So if you just hit that like button, it gets these drivers shown to more places as well, and that little subscribe button helps us out too. Right, I just wonder, well, look, we're still going, so let's just see who else we can find. We've got the Thomas car over here, the green machine as well. Let's just jump in very quickly. Thank you very much. I'm afraid you're not saved by the bell just yet. Right, these minis. Tell me about your car. How did you come across it, and what's it like to drive?
Well, I brought it about 18 years ago. We've always looked after Mini 7s in the company I work for, and I just brought it through there. I think it's fantastic to drive.
They are so exciting. So for people who haven't watched this before, what can we expect to see? Are we going to see a lot of power sliding around the corners and lots of overtaking?
Yeah, there'll be lots of sliding about, and hopefully there should be just a big group of cars going around.
Fantastic. Always make for great racing. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it indeed. Right, I am going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. As you can see, we've just got the final checks going on to the circuit. So we are going to be going racing very, very shortly. This is the Zero Plate Winter Shootout for the Mini 7 Racing Club. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I will be in Parc Fermé after the race chatting to your top 3, and I'll see you very soon. Enjoy the race, everybody.
Well, welcome back after the lunch break here at Brands Hatch, everyone. Just coming up to 2 p.m. 2 races down, 4 to go on this first day of this race weekend here on BARC TV. We've already seen the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. If you weren't with us earlier, it was Ryan Hadfield who took the victory there, while Dale Gent provisionally kept his points lead over Matt Simpson, Mark Willis and Chris Brockhurst in the battle for second in the championship. Then we had our first race of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, where Ryan Smith provisionally secured his 9th consecutive Division 1 title. We now move on to something a lot smaller. We go mini racing, the Mini 7 Racing Club. It's their winter shootouts for the O-Plates, and the grid for this first race, they had a qualifying session earlier on, but the grid for race number 1 has been set by ballot. Yes, they've drawn the grid out of a hat with the cars lining up in their classes. The Mini Miglias, the most powerful machines that we'll see out here, will be at the front of the grid, and drawing pole position was number 5, Phil Bullen Brown, alongside number 76, Jo Polly, the daughter of hot rod racing legend George. Second row, Mini veteran number 8, Colin Peacock, alongside young gun 84, Ryan Taylor, his first full season in the Miglia class this year. Row 3, 91, Torben Astin. I think he's the son of Kane Astin, who has raced in the Mini Miglias for many years. Kane was third in the Mini Miglia Championship this year, the Falls Championship. And alongside him, another veteran, multiple former champion, Ian Curley in number 98. Row 4 is the 2023 champion, Aaron Smith, alongside 23, Rupert Death. Watch for them coming through from row 4. And then we've got on row 5, should have the 2 cars that are in the Mini Libre category, the class for more open engines in the Mini Miglias, which are 595 Julian Proctor and hopefully 117 James Burrows alongside him as well. But then there's a gap, and we'll move on to the 7 category for the less powerful machines, and it is the holder of the O-plates, Ross Billison, who will lead the 7s alongside number 20 Darren Thomas. Then we'll have 78 Arnold Duncan, and then a gap before we move on to the 7S category, the scholarship class for the relative newcomers to racing. They have the 700 series numbers. So 725 Fraser Hack starts alongside 746 Oliver Burkitt. Behind them is Louis Burkitt, Oliver's brother, and 741 Joel Wren, a graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, among other things, over the last couple of years. Bertie Woolard in 736 alongside 734 Joe Ferguson. Now, he's been racing classic minis for a while, but not with the Mini 7 Racing Club. That's why he's in the scholarship class. But he can certainly pedal a classic mini, as I've seen in historic events over the years, so watch for him in the 734. 728 Alfie Glennie, who's raced in the Mini Challenge and the Fiesta Junior Championship over the last few years, starts alongside Tony Perfect in 766, no relation to Peter that we know of, and 780 Bill Solis starts at the back of the field. You just cannot keep Bill Solis out of minis. He's been racing them for decades, Bill Solis. One of the all-time greats of classic mini racing in the UK. Well, we've got a driver with the surname Perfect out there, and the O-plate, well, the double O, is more associated with Dick Dastardly, isn't it? So are we going to be seeing wacky races from our minis, I wonder, here? Well, with the grid drawn by ballot, this is effectively the first heat of their 3 this weekend. The second race, which opens the programme at 10 o'clock tomorrow, the grids within the classes will be reversed. It's the same way that the UK National Legends do their racing. And then the aggregate results of the 2 heats will set the grid for the final at the end of the programme. All the races are over 20 minutes. And if you've seen these cars race at the likes of the Mini Festival held here at Brands Hatch every August, or indeed anywhere else, they've supported the British Touring Car Championship at Thruxton. These races are going to be absolutely incredible. Many still talk about the move that Jeff Smith, the current Miglia champion, made around the outside of everybody, and I mean everybody, into the chicane at Thruxton a year or 2 ago. Unfortunately, none of our regular season champions are here, sadly. We haven't got Jeff Smith. In the Mini Libre invitation class, it was Josh Evans who took the title ahead of Julian Proctor. In the Mini 7 Challenge, it was Joe Thompson, the motorsport school graduate, who snatched the title from Ross Billison at the last round at Silverstone. And the S-Class, the scholarship class, was won by Matt Ayres, but sadly none of those 4 here this weekend. Gives the lesser lights perhaps a chance of success. There's Fraser Hack. Had a bit of an off at McLaren in qualifying, but none the worse for it. The first cars are now making their way up to the grid. They'll have a green flag lap, and then it will be a standing start. Fraser Hack with David Addison Fan Club on the side of his car. I didn't know David had a fan club. Voice of the British Touring Car Championship for many years, of course, David Addison, along with many other things in British and world motorsport. There's Bill Solis. You just cannot keep him out of minis. Been racing with the Mini 7 Racing Club. Well, he's probably been involved since it started back in 1966, I think. It's the Mini 7's first raced back then as an 850cc one-make formula. They're now powered by 998cc highly tuned engines, the 7 class. The scholarship class, the 7S class, they have less powerful but larger capacity 1275cc engines. The Miglias, which are at the front of the grid, are highly tuned 1293cc cars. They made their debut in 1969 as 1 litre engines. But they're the wide-wheeled minis that will start at the front of the grid for this one. And the Mini Libre category, Libre meaning free formula, they're capped at 1400cc and hark back to the days of modified and special saloon racing in years gone by. There's a couple of them here, although I think we might have only one of them on the grid. I can't see Jim Burrows' car out there in his Ken Costello built race car. He's been racing minis for over 50 years, but I think he had some problems in qualifying, unfortunately. So, front of the grid, we have Phil Bullen Brown in car number 5, the Dayglow red car. He was 7th in the Mini Miglia Championship this year. The best result he had was a 3rd place in the 6th round of the season at Snetterton. And Joe Polly is alongside him. She was 12th in this year's championship. From the legendary short oval racing family, I think the entire Polly family of all ages and male and female have raced on short ovals in some capacity at some point in their career. Of course, George Polly, Joe's father, one of the all-time greats of hot rod racing. Some would say the greatest ever, although Barry Lee's fans might contest that. As this mixed grid of classic minis make their way round on their green flag lap. Former champions Aaron Smith and Rupert Death will be worth watching for from the 4th row of the grid. Ian Curley as well, another veteran of the Mini Miglias in particular, multiple champion. He's the white car there in 5th on the grid. Red car Colin Peacock, number 8, another vastly experienced racer. And up there in among these experienced names is number 84, Ryan Taylor. First full season in the Miglia Championship this year. Finished a very creditable 14th in the championship. He used to race in the National Mini Stocks Club, effectively junior stock cars on the short ovals, along with his brother Harry. It's the car sponsored by Southern Mini and Metro Centre, as is Fraser Hack with number 725. There is number 780, Bill Solis. Watch for him coming through from the back. Last saw him race here at Brands, if I remember rightly, in the pre-66 touring cars in a Mini. And don't expect these drivers to touch the brakes either, other than perhaps going into Druids. You scrub the speed off by sliding sideways, particularly in a Mini Miglia. It's going to be awesome. No matter where they race, the Mini 7 Racing Club for over 50 years now have provided immense entertainment. Formed in 1966, only 7 years after the Mini was invented by its designer Sir Alecus Agonis. Up to the grid they come then, the Dayglow red car of Bullen Brown alongside the purple and white, the Polly family racing colours, sported by Joe Polly. In the red car on 2nd row is Colin Peacock. Then we've got Ryan Taylor's orange car alongside Colin. In the navy blue car is Torben Astin, the ex-junior Saloon car driver. And Ian Curley in the white car with the red and black flashes. 4th row, Aaron Smith in his familiar pink and white livery alongside the black car, that's Rupert Death. And then we've got the only Mini Lieb class car on the grid, the orange car of Julian Proctor, number 595. And then a gap back to the 7s, the less powerful cars. So it'll be 2 races in one here. Ross Billison in the O-Plates car, the white car, leads them away alongside the green number 20 of Darren Thomas. Arnold Duncan is next. Then we've got the 7S class cars led by Fraser Hack and the Burkett brothers. 20 minutes for the Mini 7 Racing Club in 4 different classes. Their winter shootouts. The revs beginning to rise down on the grid then here at Brands Hatch, and they are underway. Great start by Phil Bullen Brown. He'll lead them away. Watch for Ian Curley coming through as well. They come down towards Paddock Hill. Ryan Taylor running a little bit wide in there. They're all away cleanly. It's Bullen Brown that leads it. Polly and Ian Curley side by side for 2nd place. Curley around the outside up into 2nd place. Polly is 3rd. Then Aaron Smith, I think, is through into 4th position. There are the 7s sorting themselves out behind. As Aaron Smith is through into 4th. So down to 5th goes Ryan Taylor. Swing their way through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. A little bit of door handling together there. The grey machine is Bertie Woolard running out wide, but it's Phil Bullen Brown who leads from Curley, Polly, Smith, Taylor, your top 5. Here are the 7s led by Ross Billison. Running out wide there is Bertie Woolard. He's all over the place in the 736 car. As they come over to complete lap number 1. Ian Curley is in the slipstream. He's been racing Mini Miglias for more years certainly than I can remember. He takes the lead going into Paddock Hill Bend down the inside. Third place is Joe Polly. Started her career in minis in mini stocks on the short ovals, as well as did, I think, every member of the Polly family since George started racing. But she loses third place there to former champion Aaron Smith. Here comes Rupert Death in the black car. I said he'd be one to watch. I'm normally used to seeing him in a silver and orange car, so unfamiliar colours for Rupert this weekend. Then it's Ryan Taylor, Colin Peacock and Torben Astin in the navy blue car rounds out the trail of 8 Miglias at the front of the pack. Julian Proctor, the lone mini Lieb car, is in 9th place, and Ross Billison in 10th overall leads the 7s. Fraser Hack, the first of the 7S class cars, is next. A big twitch there from Rupert Death coming through clearways. Side by side for third with Aaron Smith. Ian Curley has taken up the lead. Over the line they go together. Ian Curley, 5th in the championship this year. The best he had was a 2nd place at the season opener at Donington. Can he take a win here for the first time in a while in the Mini Miglias? There are the 7s. Starting to battle it out behind. That's Ross Billison. Rest of the pack overlapping for 2nd place. We've got Fraser Hack in there leading the 7S class as well, fighting for 2nd overall in the less powerful 7s division. There's Bill Solis chasing Woolard in the 736 car. There is Ross Billison, the white and blue car, comes from Epsom in Surrey. 2nd in this year's Mini 7 Championship. Fraser Hack behind him. Darren Thomas coming under fire. That's the 741 moving up the inside of Joel Wren, the ex-junior Saloon car man, as is Torben Astin, who's a little further ahead in this one in the Miglias. You don't have to be a veteran racer to race with the Mini 7 Racing Club. As Darren Thomas round the outside towards Paddock Hill Bend. And he goes through into 2nd place in the 7s. Excellent by Darren Thomas, another very experienced mini racer. Great mix of youth and experience we've got out there today. Gap back to one of the Burkitts. That's Oliver Burkitt in the bright green car there. See the name of Swift Tune on the front of the 745. That's Louis Burkitt, the youngest man in this race. He's only 16, being chased by the 728. That's Alfie Glennie, ex-Fiesta Junior race winner. He's found success in the Mini Challenge in BMW Minis as well, but trying something a little bit more classic today. Still 16 minutes to go. Rupert Death has done the fastest lap of the race. I can tell you he's now up into 2nd place behind Ian Curley. And has he taken the lead there, Rupert Death? Yes, he has. So Rupert Death, your new leader. Former champion in the 23 car. You can see the name on his bonnet of Swift Tune, company owned by Nick Swift, legendary mini racer who prepares a lot of the engines in these cars. See him race at the likes of the Goodwood Revival in his classic minis. He only knows one way to drive a mini, and that's sideways. We've got somebody stopped. Oh, it's Woolard. Bertie Woolard has gone off. I saw a car had stopped there. Bertie Woolard has hit the barriers, I think, coming into Surtees and McLaren, and the yellow flags are out there. Somebody's pulled into the pits as well. That's Alfie Glennie has got a problem, so he's pulled in. I don't know whether there was any contact between the two of them. We didn't see. Here come the 3 leaders. Up the inside goes Ian Curley, defending there from Aaron Smith, who tries to go around the outside on the exit of Paddock. He throws it onto the curb. 3 of the all-time greats of the Mini Miglia category battling it out here. Rupert Death, Ian Curley and Aaron Smith, all of them former champions. Alfie Glennie has headed back out onto track, so he's fixed whatever the problem was with his Mini 7S class car. Julian Proctor leads the Lieb class, the only car to take the start in that category. Ross Billison the 7s and Fraser Hack the S class. Yellow flag still out at Surtees, with Bertie Woolard's car off on the outside. There's the other car I saw. It's one of the Burkitt brothers. I think it's Louis Burkitt has stopped there as well. That's the car I saw initially on the grass there, so they must have tangled, Louis Burkitt and Bertie Woolard. Aaron Smith going for the outside again. Side by side for 2nd, down Paddock Hill Bend. Aaron Smith's got the inside line this time in the run-up to Druid. He's going to go through into 2nd place. He's done it. The Mini Sport car goes up into P2. Ian Curley. So look back to the inside as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Still your leader is Rupert Death. This high-speed thrash, race number 1 for the Mini 7 Racing Club O-Plate Winter Shootouts. I think, though, the safety car is being scrambled. Yep, the yellow flags, the yellow lights are out. The safety car is going to be scrambled for the first time this weekend because of those cars in a dangerous position at Surtees and McLaren. The cars of Louis Burkitt and Bertie Woolard. The officials decide they're in an unsafe position. You can see Rupert Death with his hand out the window, slows the field down. There's the reason. Bertie Woolard's 7S class car, tell by the green sunstrip which class he's in, damage to the front end. Didn't see what happened there, unfortunately, at the back of the field. And so the safety car is deployed. It will pick up our race leader, Rupert Death. Aaron Smith now in second place. Ross Billison leads the 7 still, and Fraser Hack the 7S class. 3 cars in the main Mini 7 category, with Darren Thomas and Arnold Duncan completing the top 3 there. Louis Burkitt did get his car going again with some assistance from our volunteer marshals. Big thank you to them this weekend, and Louis has made it back to the pits. So we're under the safety car with 12 minutes to go in this Mini 7 O-Plate Winter Shootout here at Brands Hatch, following a collision in the 7S class between Louis Burkitt and Bertie Woolard. Their car's in a dangerous position on the outside of McLaren. I think they have now been moved by our volunteer marshals. The safety car, you can see, has picked up our leader, Rupert Death. We're not even halfway through this 20-minute race yet. Death from Aaron Smith. Rupert Death has got the fastest lap of the race, 54.524. Now the marshals have not yet got Bertie Woolard's car moved. They're probably going to struggle to get a tow rope under the front of that. The Kent Auto Developments sponsored car. I think one of our recovery vehicles, there it is, from Trackside Recovery, the Ford Ranger pickup being brought in to remove Bertie's car. It's going to take a little time to get the tow rope in on the Mini there, whether the front axle is damaged. This year the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, was won by Jeff Smith, the former British touring car racer. Aaron Smith was second, no relation incidentally, and Kane Astin was third. And Rupert Death and Ian Curley completed the top 5 in the points there. Another race winner was Endaf Owens, the Welshman, but he didn't contest the full season. Andrew Jordan, former British touring car champion, did a couple of rounds. He had 6 wins, but didn't, well, usually when he attended, he won, but didn't contest the full series. In the lead class, it was Josh Evans who beat Julian Proctor for the title, Peter Hill's third. It was Joe Thompson who, after several years of trying, finally captured the Dunlop Mini 7 title this year over Ross Billison and Damien Harrington. Matt Ayres won the S-Class this year ahead of Michael Winkworth and Callum Perfect. He was on the entry list today, but only Tony Perfect out there. There's Bertie Woolard. He's on the Grand Prix loop. I think we've just seen the safety car switch its lights out, so I think we're going back to racing this time? Indeed we are. Away they go, we're back underway. Going towards Paddock Hill Bend then. Rupert Death has the lead. Close up behind him now is Aaron Smith. He's going to have a look as they goes to the inside there, and somebody else running wide further back. I think that was Ryan Taylor running wide onto the gravel. But we concentrate on the lead battle. It's Death from Smith, who had a look there into Druids, but he's now under fire for second place from Ian Curley. Fourth place is Phil Bullen-Brown. He got a good restart there and is able to go with the three leaders, the man who drew pole position out of the hat for this race. Green flags waving as it's the first lap of the restart. Fifth place is still Joe Polly. And Ryan Taylor it was who ran wide. He's dropped back. Sixth is now Colin Peacock. Torben Astin is in seventh place. They come through to complete another lap. Just under 8 minutes of this race to go. Rupert Death hugs the inside line down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Up high goes Aaron Smith. Cuts to the inside. Here he comes up towards Druids. No, it's not going to... Oh, and the leader's locked up. As I say that, Rupert Death runs wide. Aaron Smith's going to take the lead. He's done it. Yep, Rupert Death just a little bit too late on the brakes there. He's fighting back towards the inside. The door is closed by Aaron Smith, and this is going to allow Ian Curley up alongside Rupert Death, because once you lose that bit of momentum, it takes a whole lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit to get it back again. Ian Curley is through into second place. Rupert Death, that tiniest of mistakes. He just locked up going into Druids there, and he's down from first to third. There's 5 of them together now because Joe Polly is towing up onto the back of this lead group as well. But still your leader is Aaron Smith in car number 1. Took the lead at Druids. Now Rupert Death goes to the outside, going into Paddock. Down the hill, then up again towards Druids, and Death to the inside. He doesn't quite get the line to attack Ian Curley for second place. As well as his mini racing for many years, Ian Curley also competed in motorcycle grass track events, I remember, for a few years. Something a little bit different. The leaders swing their way towards Clearways. Aaron Smith, you can see, is now increasing his lead. The gap was just over half a second last time through. It'll be more than that this time. Ross Billison still leading the 7s. Fraser Hack still leads the 7S class ahead of Joel Wren and Ollie Burkitt. There's Darren Thomas, but we, in fact, I thought we'd had a change in the 7 class there, but no, Darren Thomas is still second behind Ross Billison, who's ahead of him. Up the inside there, Ian Curley side by side with Death for second place. Lead gap was up to 0.8 of a second at the line, incidentally, in the Miglias. Rupert Death determined to get that second place back, but Ian Curley pulls away just a little bit along Cooper Straight there. Surtees, then McLaren. Death trying an outside run possibly here. Is he going to try and get into the slipstream to challenge for second place? Still your leader is Aaron Smith. Over the line they come. 5 minutes of this race to go. Down the drop through Paddock Hill Bend. Lead battle, if anything, has broken apart just a little bit. You can see Colin Peacock has dropped back a bit there. Ryan Taylor still 7th after briefly running wide earlier on. He's got back ahead of Torben Astin. They're battling for 7th place, the orange and the navy blue cars. Julian Proctor, the only car running in his class, is on his own in 9th place, leading the mini lead category. And then here come the 7s. Clear at the front now is Ross Billison, ahead of Darren Thomas, who's trying to hold off the 7S class leader, Fraser Hack. Here they come up towards Druids, and Thomas does run a little bit wide there, the Rune Speed prepared car. Down the hill, then up towards Graham Hill Bend and the Cooper Straight. Ross Billison from Surrey continues to lead the 7s. Fraser Hack from Milton Keynes is just behind Darren Thomas there. He's going to go up the inside and try to take the place away overall. He'll still be leading his class. They're in different divisions of the Mini 7s, these two. Darren Thomas not giving way, fighting for 11th place overall, these two. Of course, drivers in any class, I think, can win the O plate, because that's currently being carried by Ross Billison. The O plate is normally something we only see in kart racing, in the supercars. Rupert Deeth still throwing everything he's got at Ian Curley to try to take second place. He's allowing Aaron Smith to escape a little at the front of the field. Started back on the fourth row of the grid along with Rupert Deeth. Showed his skill to come through. Here's some of the runners further back. Joe Ferguson is in that group. And Bill Solis, the Mini veteran as well, being chased by Tony Perfect in car 766. Surely with the surname Perfect, he should be racing car number 9. Wacky Races fans will get that one. Going into the closing stages now, the first of 3 races this weekend for the Mini 7 Racing Club in their winter shootouts. Aaron Smith now leading by 9/10 of a second. Darren Thomas staying ahead of Fraser Hack, who continues to lead the 7S class, the scholarship division. He's along with a couple of members of his family over the years. Fight going on behind these two as well, between Ollie Burkitt and Joel Wren. Ollie Burkitt's got through into second place in Class 7S, the bright green car in the background. Further back behind them is Joe Ferguson, shares a classic Mini in various events with Tom Bell. Seen them in Pre-66 touring cars, Masters Pre-66 Minis and other things as well. There go the leaders through Druids. Side by side there were Phil Bull and Brown. I think that was a back marker, just being lapped there. So the leader's a little more strung out now. Aaron Smith with his, well, I was going to say with his headlights on to warn the back markers he's there. He's just lapped Bill Solis, but I think only one of Aaron's headlights is working, isn't it? Laps the number 73 car. 78, I should say, of Arnold Duncan. Third of the 7s. Joe Ferguson about to go a lap down as well. Yeah, almost as sideways as he is in his regular classic Mini. Now on the outside goes the single lighted Aaron Smith car. Still Ian Curley holding off Rupert Deeth for second place. Joe Ferguson moves aside, lets them through. Let's throw the cars into Graham Hill Bend and just fling the car through there with abandon. This is great stuff. Less than a minute to go now. There's the battle between Bill Solis and Tony Perfect. Someone pulling into the pit, so it's Darren Thomas. Darren Thomas's number 20 car has given up the ghost, sadly. The leaders are into what is now their last lap. It's going to be a win by the look of it, barring any major disaster, for Aaron Smith in the number 1. 2023 Mini Miglia champion. Ian Curley up there in second place, holding back early leader Rupert Deeth, who made that slight mistake through Druids. Just going to negotiate these back markers now. This is the pairing of Joel Wren and Ollie Burkitt. Dives to the inside. Hopefully they've seen him coming. Yes, they have. Well, here comes Aaron Smith towards Surtees for the final time. Started back on the fourth row of the grid, made short work of his opposition, took the lead when Rupert Deeth ran wide at Druids, having just missed his braking points. And it is the number 1 who's going to finish in position 1. Aaron Smith comes up the Sir Jack Brabham straight to take the checkered flag in our first Mini 7 Racing Club event of the weekend. Ian Curley just holds off Deeth by just over a 10th of a second for P2. Phil Bullen Brown, the pole sitter, finishes 4th. Joe Polly 5th ahead of Colin Peacock. Then a gap back to should be Ryan Taylor, who comes home in 7th. He does. Then Torben Astin. We'll confirm the rest in a moment. The Mini lead class will be won by Julian Proctor. As for the 7s, well, I think that's going to go to the current O-plate, Ross Billison. Waiting for the 7s to come home, the slightly slower cars. No less entertaining, though. And Fraser Hack is going to win the 7S class. There he is. Out of Clark Curve for the final time. There's Billison across the line to win the 7 category. Fraser Hack will be the last man to take the checker flag, and he was battling with Darren Thomas, unfortunately dropped out, and Fraser Hack weaving across the line there as if he'd run out of fuel. I'm not sure if that was the case or whether he was just showboating a bit. There's Ross Billison, the winner of the Mini 7 division. We'll confirm the result in a second. And the win goes to Aaron Smith, first place overall and of the Mini Miglias, ahead of Ian Curley by just under 1.5 seconds, just holding off Rupert Death over the line, although Death got the consolation of the fastest lap. Phil Bullen-Brown fourth ahead of Joe Polly, then Peacock, Taylor and Aston completing the 8 Mini Miglias. Julian Proctor won the Mini Lieb category. Mini 7s won by Ross Billison. 7S class by Fraser Hack ahead of Ollie Burkitt, who beat Joel Wren in a good fight there. Then Joe Ferguson and Arnold Duncan completing the top 15 finishers. The others to go the distance: Bill Solis, Tony Perfect and Alfie Glennie after a pit stop. We lost Darren Thomas, Louis Burkitt and Bertie Woolard. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, welcome to Parc Ferme, everybody. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we? But Aaron Smith's got the biggest smile on his face in Brands Hatch. How was that, Aaron?
That was exciting, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Blimey. How was it from where you were?
Absolutely awesome. I was having a brilliant race, and I just managed to get the advantage early on. And then I see Ian having an immense battle behind. I was like, right, pressure's off. Just focus on the lap time and go for it. But yeah, what a battle that was. And then, but yeah, no.
I tell you guys always put on a great show. Perfect start as well in the open. Let's grab Ian in as well for a quick chat. Ian, you've got a big smile on your face as well.
Yeah, no, it was a great race. Yeah, I had a brilliant start and a brilliant first lap, and I think I got the lead at the end of the first lap, and then. Yeah, I mean, it was just a hard race, really. Aaron got by, and then Rupert was all over me like thrush, so I was just trying to get away from him.
But you said, you called it actually to somebody, didn't you? You said, look, me, Aaron and Rupert, we're going to go toe to toe, and that's how it proved. Yeah, are you happy with second?
Oh yeah, I am happy with second. To be fair, we left a fairly wet setup on the suspension, so, and I could feel that, like it was rolling over too much and using the tyres. So fingers crossed we'll have a better weather tomorrow, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Not a bad start in the hunt. Thank you very much. And let's just move down a little bit further as well. And I just want to grab. In fact, let's just quickly check. How was it out there? All right.
Yeah, it was good actually. Yeah, I was very surprised because earlier in qualifying it was a nightmare. Honestly, I had no grip anywhere, but it was very good and it was good racing, so I'm happy.
You guys always put on a special show here, but where is the hairiest moment around Brands Hatch in one of these?
In my opinion, the hairiest corner on the whole calendar is Paddock. By far, yeah, by far.
The whole calendar as well?
Yeah, I think so, Especially when it's 3 or 4 wide, but yeah.
Fantastic racing. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Let's grab Ross again. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, and it's a great start again to keep that 0 on the car, right?
Yeah, that was all right, wasn't it? Just had out of trouble and just got my head down, and yeah. That was it, really. It wasn't much to do.
There wasn't much to do. Come on, I'm not having that. But look, you're going to be under pressure tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I looked in the mirrors and saw Fraser there come between me and Darren. And I thought, oh, that's handy. Because obviously him and Arnold are who I'm fighting with. And yeah, I just managed to obviously gap them. And then the safety car brought us back together again. But I had a good start. I gapped them again and just put my head down and drive into the distance. So.
Congratulations. I'm just going to give a bit of a hand here because there we go. Look, it was almost just rolling back a little bit, wasn't it? Let's just get it up. Yeah. There we go. Right, that rounds out. You actually see the cars going. Just congratulations, Aaron Smith, of course, picking up the win in the Miglias. Then multiple classes as well. Julian Proctor picking up the Mini Libre. Ross, we just heard from there. The 7s and Fraser Hack in the 7Ss. As you can see, the Mini Challenge Trophy cars, they're heading out on track already. Slight change to the timetable. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. And now we move on to, a slight change to the timetable. It was going to be the Junior Saloon cars next. We now move on, though, to a change to the timetable. The Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy category for identical BMW Mini Coopers is next on track. It's their final round of the season, and there will be 3 races for them this weekend. Race 1, well, the qualifying session, the quickest times set the grid for race 3 of the weekend. So this grid set by the second fastest time for each driver from qualifying. It's the championship leader that sets pole position for this one. Sam Gornall, number 96, and he will start alongside number 53, James Black. Second row is the man who's second in the championship, number 64, Harry Hickton, alongside number 12, Alex Solly, both of them junior saloon car graduates. Row 3, number 11, Gabe Fairbrother, and 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. Now on the fourth row, Leo Purchase, number 171, and 62, Alex Keynes. We'll look at the championship situation in a moment. 95, Josh Wilby, and the Rookie Cup leader, number 196, Ronnie Smith, round out the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 will be 59, Reese Hurd, alongside 86 of Ben Taylor. Leading lady Ashley Gregory, number 22, alongside 46, Paul Manning, all set to win the Directors' Cup this year for the senior drivers. Row 8 is Katia Loggy, good qualifying effort by her, number 5, alongside number 2, Lewis Saunders, the former junior saloon car champion. Good to see him back this weekend. Cameron Wood, number 43, on row 9, alongside 78, the former champion, Matt Hammond. Good to have him back for a one-off appearance with Accelerate Motorsport as well. Completing the top 20, Callum Easton, number 26, comes from a truck racing family. Stephen Chandler, number 35, for the family-run Chandler Motorsport team. The 11th row, 63, John Castle, alongside 610, Louis Fleets. Penultimate row, 27, David Tan, and 51, Craig Morgan. An Irishman, 77, Mick Fitzgerald, not of horse racing fame, starts at the back of the grid in his Dayglow yellow car. That one's going to be easy to pick out in the rather grey conditions here today. There will be 2 green flag laps for this race, we're told, because it's a bit drier than in qualifying. Before we get this race underway, let's hear from a couple of the drivers earlier.
Right, everybody, if you're tuning in expecting to see the junior saloons go out right now, there's been a slight change to the timetable. It's now going to be the mini challenge trophy race ahead of the junior saloons. The reason for that is because there was a red flag in qualifying for the junior saloon car championship, so there's still a little bit of dispute as to the grid order. So to give themselves a little bit more time to organise everything, the mini challenge trophy are going to go out now. Ashley, that was all a bit last minute for everybody, wasn't it, to suddenly get themselves out here? Unexpected?
Very much so.
What was it like in the garage when you got the call? A bit of panic?
A little bit. Not too bad though. What
have you made of your session this morning? How was it out there?
A little bit difficult. Obviously we've got a brand new car this weekend.
Yeah.
Never driven it in the wet, so we did struggle a little bit. The dry pace was really strong yesterday, and it's dry now, so hopefully if we can do that pace that we had yesterday, we'll be fine.
Talk about a new car. What's happened to the old one? Is it just gone? Have you sold it? Or?
No, so I've actually got someone else racing that, Lewis Saunders. So he stepped in for me at Silverstone when it was damp. So he's racing that car this weekend for me.
Fantastic. And a new one, and how's it felt over practicing? And have you done much testing in it?
No, so it's a brand new car. It got finished on Wednesday this week. It got a test drive up the main road, and then we brought it here.
Test drive it on the main road?
On the main road.
At a speed limit as well?
Yes.
So we're about to get run over here, aren't we? But look, actually, best of luck with the race. Enjoy it, won't you? Appreciate it. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Good luck. There we go. Yes, so we're about to get run over here, but let's just move around very quickly as we just make our way down. We spoke to a lot of drivers already in a lunch break. There's Gabe Fairbrother, scored points in every single race this season. There's Alex Solly, of course. Harry Hickton, second in the championship. James Black, we heard from him as well. He is second on the grid, of course. Picked up a win last time out. Here is Sam Gornall. Very quick word with Sam, if we can. Sam, you feeling a little bit of pressure this weekend? It could be a very special couple of days for you.
Yeah, obviously going in as championship leader, it's everyone trying to catch you, so there is a bit of pressure. But considering the start of the year we've had, I'm actually really happy I'm in this position, and I'm just going to go out and enjoy my last weekend in the Coopers.
You've been in this position before, you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah, back in the day in karting, I've been in this position before, so yeah, hopefully it can all end well.
Sam, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it. Right, here we go. Time to go change. Remember, slight change to the timetable. Mini Challenge Trophy are about to head out on track. And hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
So the cars heading round on their green flag laps then. Led round by Sam Gornall, the championship leader, but unfortunately to the back of the grid accelerates David Tan as he accelerated away off the grid. has come to grief. We think he weaved the car a bit too enthusiastically on cold tyres and he's clipped the wall. So David Tan from the back of the grid will be a non-starter. A bit embarrassing for David, unfortunately. So he's a non-starter. Looking at the championship situation, Sam Gornall leads. He's on 678 points with dropped scores applied because the drivers dropped their worst 2 results of the season. Harry Higton is second on 647, and third in the points Alex Solly on 636. And we've got James Black, Gabe Fairbrother and Alex Keynes on 621, 612 and 543. I think those 6 can still win the championship this weekend because there's 3 races, 50 points for a win, plus 6 points for the fastest lap and 6 points for the fastest time in qualifying. It was Harry Higton who got that, so he'll start from pole for race 3 because the Minis do it a bit differently. But anyway, they're coming to the grid then. The grey and white car of Sam Gornall in pole position. We'll start alongside the blue and yellow machine of James Black, number 53, local man from Dartford. In the pink and blue car is Harry Higton, former junior saloon car racer, and a fantastic season. Many of these drivers looking to get into the British Touring Car Championship in years to come. Alex Solly, another JSCC graduate, the Dayglow yellow and grey car on the outside of the second row. That's a couple of cars into position at the back of the grid then. The revs up, ready for a start. The first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy category gets underway. And off they go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Sam Gornall it is who leads them away. They slot into grid order pretty much, single file down towards Paddock. And it's Sam Gornall who leads them off. So they all get round Paddock okay. In years gone by, we've seen cars run wide and get stuck in the gravel there. It's Gornall who leads the way. Harry Higton has a look around the outside. Yes, we've got cars off at the back. Every time we have the mini challenge here, sadly, we get somebody come to grief at Paddock. We've got 3 cars off there. We'll identify those in a moment. The first 3 have got away. Big thump off the curb there for Harry Higton in third place. And another car goes spinning around there. Now, who is that? I think that's the 86 of Ben Taylor that lost it there. Somebody else running wide. That's one of the Ashley Gregory team cars, and the red flag is coming out. The red flag is out. The Ashley Gregory team cars, either Ashley herself or Lewis Saunders went off there. We've got 3 cars in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Red flag is out. Race stopped. So that will be a full restart because they hadn't completed a lap. And there are the cars involved. One of them is Katia Loggy. Oh, that's a shame after her good qualifying effort in the almost Martini lookalike car there on the right. The car in the middle with the white livery with the pink roof is Craig Morgan, number 51. And we'll work out who the other one is in a second. The blue and white car on the outside, on the edge of the circuit there. The first 5 slotted nicely into grid order, with Sam Gornall leading the way ahead of James Black and Harry Higton into the first corner. Callum Easton was nearly on the grass there on the inside, but there's the incident further back. One car spun and the other 2 just walloped into each other trying to avoid it. I think that's the 46 of Paul Manning that spun there, and Katia Loggy and the number 51 of Craig Morgan went off in avoidance. There's Katia, she's out of the car, she's okay. Craig Morgan's okay. Paul Manning with a fair bit of damage. He just went spinning around like a top there, and the other 2 cars collided, avoiding him. Very easy to do on that outside line through Paddock Hill Bend. The rest of the cars are being re-gridded, and we'll get back underway just as soon as we can. Gives us a chance to take a look at a bit of background in this series. We've not seen quite as much of the Mini Challenge Trophy category this year. Identical 130 horsepower, 1.6 litre Mini Coopers. Goodyear tyres. They've had 7 meetings this year. They've supported the British Touring Car Championship at Donington, Thruxton and at Silverstone. And they've supported the British Truck Racing Championship here and at Pembrey. So I say, this unusual qualifying system The fastest laps in qualifying set the grid for race 3. This race, race 1 of the weekend, the grid is set by the second fastest time. And the grid for race 2 is done on the same lines as British touring cars. The winner will make a draw by ballot. Anywhere between the top 6 and 10 will be flipped around from the results of race 1. I have to feel for David Tan there, who was in his first ever race in the championship and didn't even make it round the green flag lap. So the clear-up operation in progress, and it's a slightly cruel irony that those 3 cars have, of course these are BMW Minis, they've gone off right in front of the BMW advertisement there at Paddock Hill Bend. Whoops. So it's Westbourne Motorsport at the top of the championship with Sam Gornall. Ahead of Harry Hickton. Westbourne 1 and 2 in the championship. Graves Motorsport are 3rd and 4th. Alex Solly and James Black, and Alex Keynes is still in title contention in 6th place. Gabe Fairbrother in 5th is the top man for Accelerate Motorsport. And Chandler Motorsport are 8th, 9th and 10th. Ronnie Smith all set to win the Rookies Cup this year. Championship leader Sam Gornall comes from Lancashire, just 18 years of age. Finished 14th in the championship last year. Came into the series from karting and is looking to go into touring cars or endurance racing. We could be seeing some of the BTCC stars of the future in this championship. Harry Hickton, who started in junior saloon cars a couple of years ago as a novice, he'd never raced anything before. His father David Hickton, a racer in classic touring cars. Harry's done a few classic races as well in a classic Opel, among other things. Lives near Thruxton. Finished 10th in the mini challenge last year, Harry Hickton. Didn't quite win a race though. And he wants to be BTCC champion. It's Paul Manning. His self-run car, the Manpower Motorsports car. And he's going to need plenty of manpower to put that back together, sadly. Runs the car alongside his son James. Katja Loggy, all the way from Aberdeen in Scotland. Member of the Accelerate Motorsport Driver Academy. The other car involved there, Craig Morgan for Chandler Motorsport. All the drivers are okay. As the car's being recovered, it'll be a full restart over the full 15-minute distance. Drivers of all ages and experience levels compete in this series. They're not all youngsters looking to go professional. Oldest man on the grid is Mick Fitzgerald, the age of 67. Another driver to watch out there, the number 12, Alex Solly for Graves Motorsport, was 4th last year. Multiple race winner, but no title yet, so he's especially determined here. One of the more experienced names on the grid in this mini challenge trophy field. Just waiting for Katja Loggy's car to be recovered then by the telehandler. and then we'll get this race back underway as soon as we can. Trevor Jackson, one of our observers down there, just observing the recovery operation. Also for James Black, who finally got his first win recently at Silverstone. Eager for another one here for Graves Motorsports, a local man from Dartford, just to the northwest of Brands Hatch. Finished 8th in the category last year. Scored some wins in the rookie category last year. Finally got his first overall win this season. Stood in with a shout of the overall championship, but I think it's will come down to Sam Gornall against Harry Hickton. 31 points between those two coming into this, although Alex Solly is only 11 points off them. Ronnie Smith, I think, has already sewn up the rookie category. Gornall and Hickton also fighting for the Graduate Cup for second year drivers. The Directors' Cup is between Paul Manning and Ben Taylor, but unfortunately Paul Manning out of this one with damage. We're almost ready for a restart now. The circuit is almost clear. Well done to the marshals and the recovery crew. A couple of gaps on the grid, missing those 3 cars. Craig Morgan, Katia Loggy and of course Paul Manning. Paul's lost it on cold tyres there. I imagine first of all they'll get another green flag lap.
Everybody in attendance for getting the track clear of race 37. That's superb. So we've got a few gaps on the grid now, so there's a gap on the anchor grid where Katia Loggy should have been. There's a gap on the...
So Gornall in the grey and white car on pole alongside the largely dark blue car with the yellow flashes. That's James Black. Pink car is Harry Hickton. Dayglow yellow is Alex Solly, as we see Craig Morgan's car being stretchered back. This is one of the Chandler Motorsport cars run by Stephen Chandler and his family. Mr. Steve Bewers, Stacey Reynolds and all their colleagues at Trackside Recovery. Been here at Brands Hatch for many years now. The revs begin to rise and we move off for the single green flag lap. They had 2, of course, at the first running because the conditions were different to qualifying. It was fairly wet in qualifying this morning. They weave to warm their tyres. Just one quick lap to keep their Goodyears warm. This car isn't though, that's Craig Morgan's car. Look at the right front. That's a great shame. Hopefully the team can get that back out for the rest of the weekend. 2 more races tomorrow. Thank you to everybody involved in the very quick recovery there. As one of our commenters on YouTube says, much love to the marshals as always. Yes, thank you to our volunteer marshals, the Orange family. And now they form up on the, about to form up on the grid then for the second attempt. We're giving you the colours of the top 4. Behind them is Gabe Fairbrother, number 11. That's the sort of white and grey car with the turquoise flashes on it. That's alongside Luca Marinoni Osborne, number 81. White, blue and yellow for him. And we've got the 171 of Leo Purchase, the black, blue and white car. Alongside him is Alex Keens, one of our title contenders, the green and yellow, number 62. Revs are up then, ready for a second attempt at Mini Challenge race number 1 in association with Virtu. We're underway. And off they go, and a great start this time, a very poor start by the pole sitter. I think Sam Gornall's got a problem. He's very slow away. Has he lost his gears there? He's way down the order into Paddock Hill Bend. Well, I don't know what's happened there. He's got it up to speed now. A dreadful start for the championship leader. And it's James Black who leads from Harry Hickton, side by side for third place. I think that's Gabe Fairbrother up into third position. The rest of the field have all got round Paddock Hill Bend this time. There's somebody very sideways in there towards the back. That was Stephen Chandler, I think, number 35, who got sideways out of Druids. But it would be interesting to see where Sam Gornall comes through. There he is in the midfield. He had a terrible start, got away very badly indeed. And it's James Black who leads the way from Harry Hickton, Gabe Fairbrother, Alex Solly. Here comes Alex Keens up the inside in the green and gold, almost Team Lotus look-alike car. He's going for fourth place as they sort themselves out around this opening lap. Leo Purchase, I think that is, in behind them as well, side by side across the line, but it is Black who leads from Hickton. Keens going for the inside on the Dayglow yellow car of Alex Solly. Behind them, Luca Marinoni Osborne, and Ronnie Smith, the Rookies Cup champion-elect, is up behind them as well. They dodge about up towards Druids. There'll be a bit of bump drafting there. Yet somebody's number plate's already hanging off. They managed to make it round okay. That was very close. And somebody's going off on the outside, wallop straight in. Who was that who went in up there? That's the number 86 car of Ben Taylor, and I think that's going to be another stoppage. Ben Taylor is off, one of our Directors' Cup contenders, the Accelerate Motorsport driver. Up the inside, having a look there, is Ronnie Smith, I think, on the back of somebody else going on. I can't keep up with this. That's Josh Wilby in the 95 car. Lewis Saunders off as well in the number 2. I know it's the end of the season, but there are still championships to fight for. We do not want this turning into a demolition derby. So let's see if things calm down this time around. James Black leads Harry Hickton. Gabe Fairbrothers up to third. Where's our championship leader? Sam Gornall, after his poor start. He's 14th at the end of that last lap. Let's see if he can fight back up the order. Yellow flags will be out at Druids because Ben Taylor's off there. There's some damage there on the front of... who's that? I think that's Cameron Wood, the number 43 car with its bonnet crumpled. So there's been some contact there as well. Staying ahead of the 35 of Stephen Chandler. Well, the race settling down now slightly into its rhythm, and are we going to see the safety car come out? I wonder, because there's a few cars off around the circuit. Yes, we are. The safety car is being scrambled. I thought it might be. The field slows down. And Evelyn Buanik at the wheel of the safety car this weekend, the former BMW Championship racer, will take up position at the head of the field. Lewis Saunders has got the number 2 car into the pits, was involved in that tangle down at Clearways. Lewis Saunders, the ex-junior saloon car champion. There is Cameron Wood's car. Look at the front end. There's damage on Callum Eason's car as well, the number 26, son of Wayne Eason, the ex-truck racer.
safety car period, you think from our commentary box, you'd very easily be able to see that car, but it's not the easiest thing to spot, is it?
So we're under the safety car, and we can head down to Ian, who's in pit lane.
Lovely, welcome down to the pits here. We've got Lewis Saunders just pulled into the pits, of course, in Ashley Gregory's old car. I'm not too sure what happened. Lewis, what happened, mate?
I'll be honest, I caught the curb on the inside and it just threw the car. So I hold my hands up to that.
One of those things, it's racing, right?
Yeah, but
it's been a bit chaotic so far out there, wasn't it?
It was a good race up until then, but a little mistake there and it's ruined 2 races now, so, but hey-ho.
I'm sorry to hear that, mate, but here we go, racing continues. Let's hand back to Dave.
Good to hear from Lewis Saunders. Nice to have him back this weekend in the mini challenge. Ex-junior saloon carman. We've seen him racing an MGB in the MG Owners Club Championship over the last couple of years as well. Doing a bit of historic racing very successfully. So your leader is James Black ahead of Harry Hickton. Gabe Fairbrother in 3rd place. Then it's Alex Keens and Alex Solly 4th and 5th. Here's a replay of the incident up at Druids. The car we're looking for, the number 86 of Ben Taylor. He gets some contact on the way. I think that's Sam Gornall involved there. Once he's on the grass, straight into the tyre wall. So contact, that was with Sam Gornall and with Callum Eason as well. So that's how Eason got that damage. So Sam Gornall's car, I noticed it had some damage to the back of it as well. He was the meat in the sandwich there, going into that big push into Druids there. So no wonder Gornall is still struggling. He barely got off the line, and now this. This will not help his championship hopes, especially with Harry Hickton and James Black up there at the front of the field still. In fact, the other championship contenders are all filling each of the top 5 places. We'll do the mathematics after the race, ahead of race 2 tomorrow. See who needs to do what to win the title. Won't be sealed in this race, that's for certain. Thanks to Matt Salisbury, the media coordinator for the mini challenge, for the background info on the points and for helping us out with the mental arithmetic. Still under the safety car here at Brands Hatch in our first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Lights are still on atop the safety car at the moment. Waiting to see if they go out as it comes into the second part of the lap. Second half of the field heading into the Cooper Straight. The lights are still on atop the safety car. They go out just as I say that, going into Surtees, so we'll be going racing this time. James Black, look, he's doing a Sebastian Vettel. He's backing the field up a little, waiting to get the optimum restart here. This is going to be interesting into Paddock Hill Bend this time, I can tell you that. Safety car comes into the pits. They can't pass until the timing line, of course, on this restart. Into Paddock Hill Bend we go then. We're back underway on the restarts, and James Black has got it right. He's still got the lead ahead of Harry Hickton. Gabe Fairbrother in 3rd place, and Alex Keens, Alex Solly, Luca Marinoni Osborne, I think that is side by side for 6th position with Reese Hurd and Ronnie Smith in that battle as well. Sliding up the inside there to take 6th position. I think that's Smith making his way through. As they fight their way into Cooper Straight. Somebody else going sideways in the background. Got another tangle, but I think they've survived that, those 2 cars, and kept it going. Someone's wing mirror goes flying. Remember I said it was the British Touring Car stars of the future in this race? You can see it, can't you? Side by side for the lead. Harry Hickton forces his way down the inside. A great exit from Clark Kerr, but he's got the lead. Superb from Harry Hickton. He's being almost bump drafted by Gabe Fairbrother. Alex Keane's in there as well. Caught on the outside here, James Black, but he keeps his foot in around the outside. That's Brave coming up from Paddock Bend up to Halewood Rise. Can he take the lead back again? Never, surely round the outside of Druids. He's never going to get the lead back there. Harry Hickton is side by side, but Black keeps his foot in round the outside of Druids. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Into the left-hander, he's got the racing line, and he's got the lead back again. That's a brilliant bit of driving by James Black. Harry Hickton gets a bit wide onto the grass. Fairbrother up alongside him now. This is superb. The safety car has evened everybody up at the front of the field. Black takes the lead back again. Gabe Fairbrother into second place. Hickton goes down to third. Then it's Keanes. Solly in fifth position. And in sixth behind them, I think that's Reese Hurd in the number 59. Luca Marinoni Osborne and Ronnie Smith will be next through, I think. Ashley Gregory's on the tail of this group as well. She's going well. Over the line they go. James Black back into the lead then. A brilliant move to stay on that outside line. He held his nerve to get the inside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. To the outside now. Harry Hickton's going to try and do the same thing to Gabe Fairbrother. Moves to the outside of Druids. Will try and stay alongside Gabe Fairbrother. Get his foot down the hill. He's going to copy James Black's move. Look at this up the inside. Back into P2. This is great stuff. Third place is Fairbrother. There's Keane. Alex Keane's in fourth place, number 62 behind them. Then we've got Alex Solly. In a small gap, it's Luca Marinoni Osborne, I think, next in the order, the blue and yellow number 81 car. Ashley Gregory's up behind him in the number 22, so Reese Hurd has dropped back, and Ronnie Smith, the Rookie Cup champion-elect. First five breaking away very slightly now as Gregory goes to the outside on Marinoni Osborne. Out towards Paddock Bend they go. Great battles everywhere you look. Still just over 4 minutes of this race still to go for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy category. Alex Solly at the inside into Druids, attacks Alex Keanes, but there isn't quite room there on the inside. Battle is on for 6. That's Marinoni Osborne still side by side with Gregory, and now Ashley Gregory's got the line. She's going to go through into Graham Hill Bend up into P6. In behind them, that's the number 196 of Ronnie Smith, so he's back in the equation now as well, ahead of Reese Hurd in the white car. The rest towing up behind. 171 is next, that's Leo Purchase. Where is Sam Gorley? Oh, this is down in 17th place with that damage from earlier on. Ronnie Smith to the inside now on Luca Marinoni Osborne. LMO tries to cut back into the line. He does cut back into the line. Oh, that was knowing how long your car was. Just enough space there on the inside line to cut back in and take the racing line. Reese Hurd is behind them. Then we've got Leo Purchase in that black and white 171 car. Here are the leaders. James Black still just about in the Clive Empson sponsored car, holding his lead ahead of Harry Hickton. Down the hill they go. Well, this is going to potentially change things in the championship. 10-second penalty for number 78. That's Matt Hammond, the former champion, further back in the pack. We didn't see the reason why, unfortunately. That would be a 10-second penalty for the number 78 car. Just under 3 minutes left to go. It's a pulsating race for the Virtue Mini Challenge. There's 2 more to come. Of course, we've got a partially reversed grid for the second race coming up tomorrow. Junior saloon cars and the trucks to come after this today. Over the line they go. There's Callum Eason. He's a slightly battered number 26 car. He's in 11th position, just behind Reese Hurd there, ahead of Stephen Chandler. Leaders together as they go up the hill towards Druids. Harry Hickton looking to the outside potentially there into Druids. I'll head down towards Graham Hill Bend and then towards Surtees. Here they come. James Black held his lead through there. Hickton moving to the inside. He's got the tighter line there going into Clearways. Can Harry Hickton make a move for the lead? No, he's not close enough on the exit. Gabe Fairbrother going with him. You can see how wide James Black went there, but he's going to launch it down the straight now and start to pull away. Fairbrother all over the back, so Harry Hickton is having to defend rather than attack now. Look how close they are. That is bump drafting. That's almost pickup truck racing style. But Hickton to the inside. He goes for it into Paddock Hill Bend. I thought he got the overlap there, but no, James Black again keeps his foot in around the inside. This is brilliant racing from these three, and behind them the two Alexes, Alex Keens and Alex Solly as well. Magnificent, 5 of them going at it for the lead. Just over a minute left, so I think they'll be coming through to start their final lap this time. They'll probably want this race just to go on and on, as through into second goes Gabe Fairbrother at Graham Hill Bend. Here comes Alex Keens trying to get onto the podium now. Any one of these 5 could win this, and they're all championship contenders. This is brilliant. Hickton's down to 4th. Keens has got through at Surtees up into P3. Here comes Ashley Gregory as well, saying, I want a bit of this as well. Here they come then, up towards the start of our final lap, and James Black has broken away very slightly in the number 53 Graves Motorsport car, the one on his local circuits. Here comes Harry Hickton to the outside of Alex Keens now. Fairbrother still in second place as Hickton cuts back to the inside, then Alex Solly. They're leaning on each other for third place. It's going 4 wide into Druitt, you can't do that. Somebody's going to have to back out, and I think Alex Solly might lose out here in the number 12. Oh my goodness. Down the hill, Keens side by side with Hickton. Gregory going for the inside on Alex Solly. Up the inside and through into 5th position. Ronnie Smith in the 196 has got through as well. I thought Alex Solly might move out there. He was on the wrong line. He's been shuffled to the back of this group. James Black has now got Gabe Fairbrother to deal with through the final corners between these two for the victory. The clock has counted down to 0. The race of the day so far for the Virtue Mini Challenge coming up towards the line. It's going to be James Black in car number 53 for his 2nd race victory of the season. Up towards the line, James Black will win it. What a superb race. Fairbrother 2nd, Keens 3rd, Hickton 4th, Gregory 5th, Smith 6th, Solly 7th, Purchase 8th, 3rd, 9th, Chandler 10th as quickly as that. Pause for breath needed after that one, certainly. What a fantastic race. Despite the incidents early on and the interruptions from the safety car, number 53, James Black, is your race winner. Gabe Fairbrother misses out by 1/4 of a second. In second place, we'll give you the provisional result in a second. Okay, just a second to get my breath back, and here's the provisional result. James Black, your winner. 2nd win of the season for James, ahead of Gabe Fairbrother by 1/4 of a second. Alex Keens crossed the line 3rd. Look at the margins behind. Harry Hickton had to settle the fall. Ashley Gregory, a superb 5th, ahead of Ronnie Smith, the rookies winner. Then came Alex Solly, Leo Purchase, Reese Hurd, Stephen Chandler, rounding out the top 10. Black wins the Graduate Cup for 2nd-year drivers. Ronnie Smith, the rookies division. The Directors' Cup went to number 63, John Castle, with his rivals hitting some problems in that one. Quite a few retirements. Further back, we lost Luca Marinoni Osborne into the pits at the start of the last lap with a problem as well. Cars heading into Parc Fermé then, and our pit reporter Ian will be down there to talk to them.
Look at this is what it means. This is what it means.
Yes!
We talked about it earlier, and we've got to win it still, we've got to win here. They're coming like buses now. How do you feel?
Is your mind cut?
How I feel? I think that shows it. You know, wasn't taken up for nothing. If you think you come past with that easy, that's not going to happen. So yeah, phenomenal. Glad every season here today, James. Thank you so much for your support. Greatly appreciate you. So honestly, without these guys, it's not possible. The Grace Mobile team are trying to Hat-trick time, come on. Yes, come on. Well done, congratulations. Johnny Castle!
That's so good. It's not been a great weekend up to this point, but A, for us to do, I had to go forwards, and it's just, everything came together that race. Yeah, it's so good.
Congratulations, mate. You fought for that and you deserved it. Well done indeed. Let's go see if we can grab Gabe up here as well, because he's continued his run. Gabe, congratulations, buddy, and more points for you. A podium as well in the back. Must be that Marks and Spencer's tea.
On a score, I'm powered by Marks and Spencer's tea at this point, but no, it was a really good race. Started P5, we wanted a podium to get closer in the championship. We got that. 2 people at the front of the championship are behind us as well in that race, so it works out brilliant for us, so couldn't ask for any more in that race.
It's getting tight, isn't it? Best of luck tomorrow. I'm not too sure if we actually had audio for the interview with James there, but just have a look. This is what it means to him. The race winner at Silverstone, he's done it here at Brands Hatch as well. Just look at what it means to this man. It means everything. A very deserved winner, and went toe-to-toe, didn't he, with Harry Hecton, and then had to fight off Gabe Fairbrother right at the end. No prisoners at all for James Black. He is a race winner once again in the Mini Challenge Trophy, and just look at what it means. This is the very best of motorsport. The title fight, well, it will go down to the final race. That is tomorrow, so make sure you come back in for that one. But now we have more racing action. The Junior Saloon Car. Stay with me actually, now that I think we've got audio back. Let's go down and have a quick look actually. Here are the Junior Saloon Cars. They are about to go out. Now, if you are looking at the timetable and wondering how come they haven't gone out yet, it is because there was a bit of a dispute, I think, during qualifying session for the Junior Saloons. There was a red flag, and things got a little bit confused after the event, how they should line up on the grid. Looks like everything's been sorted, but to give themselves a little bit more time, they swapped with the Mini Challenge trophies. That's why they went out before, and now the Junior Saloons are about to head out on track. So they are about to make their way out. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through the action.
Okay, I've just about got my breath back after the Virtue Mini Challenge. We'll see them back out tomorrow. First race due off at 11:10 a.m. And next up is more saloon car racing, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Fighting for their championship title this weekend over 2 races rather than 3. Double points on offer this weekend. Earlier on, Ian caught up with a few of the drivers.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. Time for the penultimate race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championships. I thought I'd pop down, have a quick chat with Sherry again. It's good to see you. How's your season gone? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, it's actually gone really well. Very happy with it.
What's your plan for next season, Sherry? We're going to see you back?
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. And what do you think of Brands Hatch? Where does it rank for you and all the places we've been to this year?
It's been alright. It's just I'm not very great with Paddock after the half roll at the start of the year on a test day.
So memories of this place not amazing, but you got a chance to make up for that here. Are you pleased with how qualifying went?
Not really as pleased as I hope I get up further.
It was a bit damp in qualifying, wasn't it? I think, is it bone dry now out there, do we think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is now, yeah.
That's it. Good luck, Sherry. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Great to see you again as well. Just stay with us a little bit. Let's just move down. I thought I saw Will Crewston, actually. He's up here, isn't he? Let's go have a quick chat with Will, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He won a scholarship last season. Let's find out how his first season in Junior Saloon Car racing has gone, and see whether he's going to be back or what he's going to be doing next season. Well, it's great to see you again, buddy. See you. Tell me, how has it been your first season here in the Junior Saloons?
Yeah, it's just been the best year. I've got to say a massive thank you to Dave and Vicky with the JSCC. A massive thank you to the team, all the mechanics.
Oh, you're hooked now on racing, and you're back next year. What are you going to be doing?
Well, unfortunately, this is going to be my last year in juniors, but I'm definitely hooked. This has been my first full year in motorsports, so we're working towards something for next year.
What have you got your eye on next year? You give us a scoop.
I've got my eye on the minis, which have been out this weekend as well, but I don't come from a motorsports family, so yeah, we're all working really hard trying to get the funding together, and we'll see how it goes.
There you go. Anybody watching, give Will a shout. Congratulations, by the way. What a great season it's been for you. Of course, a scholarship winner earlier in the year, so well done. Congratulations. Right, here we go. Time to go racing for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Harry Smith, your championship leader. He's got a little bit of work to do in this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Okay, thanks very much to Ian, catching up with a few of the drivers down in the assembly area ahead of the Junior Saloon Car Championship and their qualifying session this morning. There are 2 races for them this weekend, and they are double points with it being the final round of the season. The championship at the moment is led by number 10 Harry Smith on 434 points, ahead of Jonathan Moore on 421, with Josh Salvadori third on 379.5, because we had one race at Brands Hatch earlier this year that was abandoned after a shunt in wet conditions, so half points were awarded. So the championship is going to be, I think, between Smith and Moore. tyre wall being repaired at the moment. Up at Druids, where Ben Taylor's Mini hit it earlier on. So that's just being stepped back into place by the marshals and the telehandlers. As soon as that's done, we'll have the cars onto the grid for the Junior Saloon cars. The Rookie Championship, I can tell you, has already been won by Luca Maserati, number 46, who's 4th overall in the points. He's already secured the rookie crown. Son of Piers Maserati, the former British GT star. Although to my knowledge he's never raced a Maserati, he's always raced Porsches, as Piers and the rest of his family. In the independent standings, I think Kieran Roberts, the green number 78 car, has already sewn up the independent title ahead of Oliver Law and Ollie Kerr. Smith, Moore and Salvadore have been the standout performers in the overall championship. They were here at Brands Hatch supporting the British Truck Racing Championship at the start of the season. Wins on that occasion going to Harry Smith. As we said, one of those races was abandoned, a shunt involving number 4 Jude Cooper, stopping the second race early in the wet. So thankfully he was okay. Then it was on to Cadwell Park. 2 races there, won by Smith and Moore. Harry Smith had another win at the triple header at Pembrey. Josh Salvadori scoring his first wins in the other 2 races. Then they went to Castle Combe in Wiltshire. Jonathan Moore took a couple of wins there. Then on to Thruxton, where Smith and Salvadori shared the wins, 2-1 in favour of Josh Salvadori. Jonathan Moore took 2 more wins at Snetterton, and Harry Smith won race 3. And then they went to North Wales and Anglesey. Harry Smith won the first 2 races and Josh Salvadori won race 3. So the top 3 in the championship have divided the wins up between them so far this season. Cars in this championship, identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, 1600cc engines, originally known as the Saxmax Championship. And some pretty illustrious names have won this series over the years and gone on to greater things in saloon car racing, including Ant Morton-Eales, the former British touring car driver, among others. I'll give you the grid as soon as the cars have begun to head out for this first of 2 races. So qualifying took place in slightly more damp conditions this morning. We'll await confirmation on whether it'll be 1 or 2 green flag laps, with the conditions having changed slightly. It is Harry Smith at the top of the championship, and from Maidenhead in Berkshire. He and Jonathan Moore both in their 2nd year in junior saloon cars. Jonathan Moore from Leeds up in Yorkshire. I know a lot of his friends tune in on our live streams. Quick hello to F1 West Coast, who's watching from Canada. We've had a couple of viewers from the US and Canada on our streams this year. So the course car returning to the pit lane, and hopefully we'll get the junior saloon cars released from the assembly area. Harry Smith has taken pole for our first of 2 races this weekend. 1 minute 1.265 was his time in qualifying. And alongside him will be James Sherrington, who sits in 6th place in the championship, the number 40 car. With that number, he must be a relative of Patrick Sherrington, who's raced in Sports 2000, among other things, over the years for the MCR mark. Jonathan Moore's back in 5th on the grid for this one. Josh Salvadori is 4th in his Lightning McQueen lookalike car, number 110. Well, number 95 was already taken, unfortunately, by Ben Smiles. So I'll have the grid for you shortly. Don't forget we go racing tomorrow starting at 10 AM. First race today, the Mini 7s. It's followed by more from the trucks. We've got another truck race coming up after the junior saloon cars here at Brands Hatch today. And we're racing right the way through until the end of the day. Just before 4 p.m. is scheduled to be our final race, which is for the trucks. Division 2 title in the British Truck Racing Championship still to be decided, of course. Junior saloon cars about to head to the grid. There was a swap in the timetable. The Virtue Mini Challenge ran ahead of them. The cars are now making their way to the grid. There are just 2 races left to go, not 3. We have that swap of the timetable. Those who missed it, the Minis moved up ahead of the junior saloons. So the grid reads as follows. Then as they make their way to the grid, Harry Smith and James Sherrington on the front row. Second row, number 70, Wilf Butler, and 110, Josh Salvadori. Third row, number 12, Jonathan Moore, and number 4, Jude Cooper. Luca Maserati, this year's top rookie, lines up on the 4th row alongside 448, Kyle Wells. I remember seeing him at a very young age in Ninja Karts on the short ovals. Ollie Kerr, number treble 2, and Ben Smiles, number 95, completing the top 10. Row 6, number 78, Kieran Roberts, alongside 26, Louis Austin. Bertie Bream lines up on row 7 in the number 8 car alongside 77, Oliver Law. Row 8 is the scholarship winner this year, number 17, Will Crudson, and number 90, Jake Renshaw. Row 9, 88, Harvey Kersley, teammates Kersley Motorsport to Bertie Bream, alongside 19, Lewis Stannard. Completing the top 20, Matt Scharfiger in number 23, comes from a family famous for racing everything from Caterhams to Citroen C1s. Francisco Howitt, number 50, goes alongside him. Row 11, 80, Ollie Smith, who I believe is Harry's brother, alongside treble 3, Lexi Powell. Already seen her father, Stephen Powell, racing in the British Truck Racing Championship today. And the final row of the grid, Sherry Ann Powell, number 42, and 35, Tom Algar. So 24 identical Citroen Saxo VTRs on the grid for this one. For the marshals making final checks at the back of the grid. They move off for their green flag lap. The red, grey and blue car of Harry Smith on pole position, looking to increase his championship lead. Nine wins to his name, I should say, this year. Had a win at Alton Park recently.
Right, so having got the wrong piece of paper in the bin, we now try and recover it from the bin. I know. It's number 10. Harry Smith.
6 wins for Jonathan Moore this year.
I did screw up the wrong piece of paper. The other one, yeah, the one that says amended.
5 for Josh Salvadori.
Jake Sherrington. That's 10 and 40. Row 2 of the grid is 17, Will Butler, and Carl 110, Josh Salvadori. Row 3 of the grid, number 12, Jonathan Moore, and number 4, which is Jude Cooper. Row 4, 46, Luca Maserati, and 448.
All these drivers aged between 14 and 17 years of age. Like to see some of these possibly move into the Virtue Mini Challenge in the next couple of years as they get their senior ARDS licences. So Harry Smith in, as we said, the red, grey and blue car on pole position for this one. James Sherrington will start alongside. He's in orange, white and navy blue. Second row, Wilf Butler, the number 70. Black and white with red wheels, his car. Josh Salvadori in the red car, the Lightning McQueen look-alike. Jonathan Moore is in lime green and black on row 3. Jude Cooper will be alongside in the number 4 car. His car's white with some bit of red trim. Luca Maserati on row 4, black and white and green are his colours. Kyle Wells in the Vinasport car, the black and white with the bright green roof alongside him. Ollie Kerr's colours are quite easy to recognise, same as Matt Simpson in the pickups. Ben Smiles in white and black completes the top 10 on this 24-car grid. Looks like everybody is present and correct. Penultimate race of the day here at Brands Hatch. This will be a 15-minute race for the junior Saloon Car Championship. We get the green flag from the marshal at the back of the grid. The red light's about to come on. Harry Smith and James Sherrington on the front row of the grid. We get underway. Harry Smith immediately moves out a little wide there, but Sherrington with a good start there. Cuts across to the inside. He's going to try and sneak down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend and take the lead. The man looking for his first win in the championship, and he's got the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. Great start by James Sherrington, judged that really well, but Harry Smith is fighting back. He goes to the inside on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. They're absolutely together going into Druids. Josh Salvadori is up into third place, side by side for fourth position. Jonathan Moore is in there. Who's that he's battling with? That's Wilf Butler in the number 70 going for the inside. Harry Smith's got the lead back again as they head into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Wilf Butler is sideways. He's got Kyle Wells in the 448 right on his tail. Wells up the inside. The Vinnersport car will go through. We've got a spinner towards the back. I think that's Louis Austin, number 26, the green car that spun. So the race starts to settle in around its opening lap then. Kyle Wells with Luca Maserati right behind him in the slightly lower reaches of the top 10. They come round to complete their opening lap. It is Harry Smith, the championship leader, number 10, who leads the way from Sherrington, Salvadori, Moore and Wells. Three wide briefly further back there. Kieran Roberts has another best of starts, attacking Ben Smiles. And up the outside of them comes Oliver Law in number 77. Now his family, famous for racing and preparing classic Jaguars, the Law family. But I think we're going to go safety car. I can see the yellow lights flashing. And Evelyn Buanik in the safety car will take up station at the front of the field once again. Not too clear of the reason why at the moment. I think there's somebody off at Graham Hill Bend. We saw Louis Austin take a spin there at the back of the field, and I think he may be stuck there. Yes, you can see in the background there, Louis Austin's car is stuck on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. So that'll be the end of his race, I think. Louis Austin unable to restart the number 26 car, the man from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. It is his debut in the championship this weekend as well, so a short-lived debut for him. There's Lexi Powell at the back of the field. Maybe we'll see her join her father in truck racing one day. After all, Archie Handy started off in the junior saloon cars and now he's racing trucks. Louis Austin gets a push start from the marshals. Looks like the novice is sadly going no further.
After 29 rounds, it all comes to one final sprint race, doesn't it? And it happens year after year. It's going to happen with junior saloons as well, isn't it? The way it looks, and what a great field as well of young saloons making their first steps into car racing.
Here come trackside recovery just to check if they're needed.
All the way from Druids to the entry to Paddock Hill Bend, the last of the cars make their way down through.
The next bit there is uphill, so Save pushing it up the incline there. He's going to be offered a tow.
So hopefully it shouldn't take much more than this lap probably on the safety car, because already Louis Austin's car is on the back of the trackside recovery unit. It's already back behind the barriers. The marshals are heading back to their respective posts, which means hopefully the lights should go out for the safety car as it heads along the Cooper Straight this time through. So radio communication going on between.
Lights are out atop the safety car then. Saw the car being recovered there, and off went the lights. The Ford will head into the pit lane this time, and Harry Smith weaving to keep his tyres warm. He'll try and do what James Black did in the previous race for the Mini Challenge. He'll try and anticipate this restart as best he can to get the lead back once again. Here we go with the restarts for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just over 10.5 minutes of this race to go. Green flag will wave as they come across the stripe. Good restart by Harry Smith and by James Sherrington. Jonathan Moore in fourth place, up behind Josh Salvadori. He's going to have a go as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to go straight through up into third place on the entry to Paddock, but is he going to slide wide on the exits? That was an optimistic move there by Moore, but he's made it stick. He's up to third, and now here comes Kyle Wells on the attack. Luca Maserati behind. There's a tangle there. Wilf Butler gets sideways, contact with Jude Cooper. They've kept it going. Wilf Butler loses a couple of places. It's not the first time he's been sideways in this race. Ben Smiles and Ollie Kerr getting ahead of him there, but Butler keeps his foot in. Back up the inside, Kieran Roberts in behind him as well, this year's leading independent in the lime green, number 78. It's Harry Smith who leads the way, Sherrington second, Moore third, then Salvadori, Wells and Maserati. Those half dozen have broken away. Oliver Law over the curbs there in the grey 77 car, 3 wide into clearways. Bertie Bream up the inside in the number 8s of Kieran Roberts and Wilf Butler. They're still 3 wide as they come into the Sir Jack Brabham straight. This is never going to work into Paddock Hill Bend, surely. Kieran Roberts is caught in the middle. Lewis Stannard, he's never going to make it 4 wide, is he? Having a look up the inside there. They're still 3 wide ahead of him. And Roberts, through the middle, takes the place away from Bertie Bream. My goodness. Brilliant racing there back in the midfield. But it's still Harry Smith who leads, although James Sherrington behind him has done the fastest lap of the race, 58.871. We'll concentrate on this frantic midfield battle for now. Every point's vital in terms of the championship. Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore, the main contenders. Over the curb goes Kieran Roberts. Here are the leaders. James Sherrington putting Harry Smith under pressure. Through clearways they go. Coming through to complete lap number 5. Sherrington with the fastest lap, 58.871. Jonathan Moore's got his headlights on and he's pushing to catch the 2 ahead of him. He wants to battle with Harry Smith, the 2 main championship protagonists here. There's Salvadori, 3rd contender, in 4th position in this race at the moment. Less than 0.2 of a second in it for the lead. Wells and Maserati 5th and 6th. I think Maserati's got ahead there, or briefly did ahead of Wells at the line. So Wells back ahead now, the guy with the Dayglow yellow mirrors. There's the fight for 7th place. That's Jude Cooper up alongside Ollie Kerr, and Roberts up the inside on Bertie Bream. They're going to be 3 wide again behind Kieran Roberts. Bream ran out wide there as a result of that attack, and he's lost a couple of spots. Harry Smith continues to lead the way. That's Kyle Wells going well in 5th position. These 6 have definitely broken away from Cooper and Kerr battling behind. It's Ben Smiles, number 95, then Oliver Law, and then the fight for 11th, where they seem to like running 3 abreast. Oliver Law now to the outside of Ollie Kerr, the treble 2, the Simpson-sponsored car. Ben Smiles, the white car with the black bumpers, just ahead. Simpson Race Exhausts, of course, the business owned by Matt Simpson, the pickup truck stop. Ollie Kerr holds on in front there. Ben Smiles bounces up almost onto 2 wheels over the curb. And they're still at it behind Lewis Stannard, having a go at somebody further back there. They are loving this, these young racers. Stannard up the inside. Bertie Bream is the man he's battling with. Bertie Bream's must think he has magnets in his door handle. He's always got somebody directly alongside him, no matter what point of the lap he's on. He's got ahead now, though, of Stannard. There's his teammates, Harvey Kersley, the Lancaster Insurance car. A big cloud of smoke. That's a blown engine, I think, for Harvey Kersley. Oh, disaster. A big explosion there. Harvey Kersley out of the race. Let's hope he hasn't spilled oil on the Cooper straight there as he put his foot down out of Graham Hill Bend. Something let go in a big way there. And he's had a luckless season, Harvey Kersley, the son of Alex Kersley, who runs his and Bertie Bream's cars. Alex Kersley, of course, the former Hyundai Coupe star. And the Lancaster Insurance car out of the race. Here are your leaders at Druid. Smith from Sherrington, they've been caught by Jonathan Moore in the number 12. Now, look out, leaders, there might be fluid down on Cooper Straight from Harvey Kersley's car there. You could argue that Kersley is cursed this season. Ben Smiles side by side with Oliver Law. He'll have the inside line. Smiles for Graham Hill Bend. 6 minutes of this first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship to go. Up Cooper Straight, they seem to be okay there. There's a yellow flag out, I think, for Harvey Kersley's stranded car at Surtees, so no passing there. And the leaders, I can tell you, are side by side over the line. They're almost 3 wide because Jonathan Moore's in there as well. Look at this. I've got it as they came past the commentary box there. Harry Smith is caught on the outside. James Sherrington's going to retake the lead of this race in the number 40. He led on the opening lap. Jonathan Moore dives at his championship rival. Battle is joined here at Brands Hatch, and Salvadori's trying to get involved as well. This is great stuff. Side by side between the 2 championship leaders. They're leaning on each other. leaving not an inch given here. Smith's going to have the inside. He's going to go back up the inside of Moore into Graham Hill Bend. He's got the line, but he overshoots slightly on the exit. Here comes Jonathan Moore. There's yellow flags out at Surtees, no passing there. He's got to get the move done before the yellow flag zone. I think he's done it there, Jonathan Moore, up into P2. Great stuff. But it's James Sherrington looking for his maiden win, who leads the way. Josh Salvadori getting involved as well in the red 110 car, the Lightning McQueen look-alike. Certainly a fan favourite, that machine. These four have now pulled away from Wells and Maserati, battling for 5th position. Well, Jonathan Moore, a determined drive through from the 3rd row of the grid, started alongside was it he qualified alongside for this one? I think it was Kyle Wells. He's raced his way through. Jude Cooper, I apologise. So here come the leaders. James Sherrington, 6th in the championship, looking for his first win. Here's a battle further back. There's battles everywhere you look. Racing getting better as the day has gone on. Ben Smiles, Jude Cooper, there's Ollie Law, Kieran Roberts as well. Still those yellow flags out at Surtees, so no passing there because of Harvey Kersley's stranded car. Out of clear ones. Just under 4 minutes to go. Sherrington, Moore, Harry Smith, who led for so long, down to 3rd place because of that double attack into Paddock Hill Bend. Here's the fight further back. Ben Smiles in 8th place, Cooper 9th, Law 10th, Roberts 11th. And in behind them is Bertie Bream, the number 8. He's had a pretty wild race in the number 8. Over the line they go. The gap is 0.4 of a second now between Sherrington and Moore. Fastest lap of the race is with Jonathan Moore, 58.729. Up the inside, here comes Oliver Law now, trying to take Jude Cooper for 9th place. And he does so into Druids. Drivers enjoying this as much as the big crowd here at Brands Hatch this weekend. An even bigger crowd tomorrow for the firework display. Over the line they come, the midfielders with their headlights on. That's Ollie Kerr. Lights ablaze, just in case he meets any back markers. Bertie Bream up the inside has a go at Kieran Roberts. He's timed that nicely. He's going through into 11th position. Still your leader is James Sherrington, the number 40 car. Got some Ascot in Berkshire. He's got Jonathan Moore, the young Yorkshireman, all over his tail. Sliding it about like a rally car there into Druids. Well, Saxos are often seen in Clubman's Rallycross, and a certain Sebastian Loeb started his career in a Saxo in France. Harry Smith in 3rd place, the number 10. Also from Berkshire, from Maidenhead, Josh Salvadori in 4th place, comes from Chelmsford in Essex, so on one of his local circuits this weekend. It's less than 2 minutes of this race to go. Battle for 5th still going on between Wells and Maserati. Luca Maserati, from the famous Porsche racing family of GT fame. His first 4 have broken away though. They're 3 seconds clear of Kyle Wells in 5th position. They're coming up to lap Lexi Powell, the treble 3 car. Hopefully she'll see their headlights in her mirrors. There's Wells and Luca Maserati. See Kyle Wells still with the novice cross on the back of his car. There's 1 minute of this race still to go. Can James Sherrington hold on for his first Junior Saloon Car Championship race victory? Jonathan Moore's all over the back of him as they come out of Clark Curve. Up towards the line to start their final lap. Look out, Lexi Powell, the leaders are bearing down on you. Relative newcomer to the championship, Lexi, about to go a lap down. Out of Paddock Bend for the last time. The gap is 1/4 of a second. Jonathan Moore trying to make a move on the run up towards Druids. No, you don't, says James Sherrington. He's got his braking point absolutely right to hold the line. He's done so. Lexi Powell got out of the way there. Whether James Sherrington's concentration just wavered as he passed the back marker there momentarily because Moore was ready to pounce. Here they come onto Cooper Straight for the last time. Can James Sherrington hold on for his first ever victory in the Junior Saloon Car Championship? The best he's had this year is a second place at Anglesey. Harry Smith further back in third place. Moore will try his hardest to get into the slipstream here. Sherrington's just got to hold his nerve and put his foot down. I don't think Jonathan Moore's going to do it. They'll be coming up towards the checkered flag this time. James Sherrington in car number 40 takes his first ever Junior Saloon Car Championship race victory. Superb drive by James Sherrington. Moore second, Harry Smith third, Josh Salvadori fourth, the three title contenders in the top four places. Kyle Wells beats Luca Maserati in their battle for fifth position. Oliver Kerr comes home seventh, then Ben Smiles, Oliver Law, Jude Cooper rounds out the top 10. Bertie Bream, I should say, rounds out the top 10. Then Jude Cooper, Kieran Roberts, and look at the celebration for James Sherrington inside that Saxo. He is elated, his first ever win. The rest of the pack crossed the line in, well, as we said, he's fading light here at Brands Hatch. Got one more race to go yet for the trucks. Last few cars across the line. We'll give you the provisional result then as Harvey Kersley shows his appreciation for James Sherrington as well. Fair play, good sportsman, Harvey. Let's give you the provisional result then. James Sherrington the winner by a third of a second over Jonathan Moore, with Harry Smith the long-time leader in third place. Closing things up a bit for the championship, Josh Salvadori takes fourth, then Kyle Wells further back in fifth after a good battle with Luca Maserati. Ollie Kerr in seventh, then Ben Smiles, Ollie Law and Bertie Bream completing the top 10 ahead of Cooper, Roberts, Wilf Butler after a half spin dropping back to 13th ahead of Lewis Stannard. Will Crutzen completing the top 15. The scholarship winner. 22 of the 24 runners got to the flag there. We lost Harvey Kersley, of course, with what looks like a blown engine, sadly. And Louis Austin was an early spinner at Graham Hill Bend. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé in just a moment.
Yeah, welcome down everybody, by the way. Look at this, this is what it means. They're going to have to go off. They've got to go straight down to the garages because we've got the truck straight out, so we're not going to be able to grab a word. But boy, oh boy, that has really opened up the championship, hasn't it, for tomorrow. Harry Smith coming home in third place, Jonathan Moore in second. Now, this is what happens with the trucks. The barriers, everything's coming down. The garages are all coming down. They have to go straight out. No waiting around. We will catch up with the junior saloons a little bit more tomorrow. Tomorrow as well, by the way, for the JSCC. The championship will be decided, and it is going to go right down to the wire. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a race. But now we go straight into the British Truck Racing Championship, the second race of the day. Ryan Smith, of course, wrapped up Division 1 a little bit earlier, but there's the rather large matter of Division 2 still to sort out. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, one more race to come here at Brands Hatch here on day one of this final weekend of the season here at the home of motorsport in South East England. Race number 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Well, Ryan Smith, we know, has won the Division 1 title. What about in Division 2? Well, I make it that after Adam Bint won Division 2 in that curtailed first race, and Simon Cole and John Powell disentangled themselves to finish in third and fourth in the class, that there's 13 points between John Powell and Simon Cole. So I can see that going down to the last race of the season at the end of tomorrow's programme. But we will wait and see how things pan out. Second race of the weekend for the trucks. The grid decided by the second fastest time from the qualifying session this morning. I can tell you that Truck number 86, Tom O'Rourke, has been given a 5-place grid penalty for this race for contact in race 1. So he drops to 8th on the grid. He had qualified pretty well up there in 3rd place. Had a very strong qualifying session in the wet this morning, but sadly a 5-place grid penalty for contact from the first race puts him down to 8th. It will once again be Ryan Smith, the 9-year consecutive champion, on pole. Can he make it 10 in a row in 2025 and match the great Stuart Oliver? John Bowler will start from the back of the grid this one. He only set 1 lap time in qualifying and then sadly spun into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend in the qualifying session. So didn't set a second quickest lap time at all, and will therefore start this race from the very back of the grid. It is definitely beginning to get dark here at Brands Hatch. Our cameras make it look a little bit lighter than it is. Reminded of 12 months ago when we had our final finale for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club at Donington, and the Jaguar Challenge last race of the season literally finished in the dark. It was surreal watching the Jags go round in that darkness. Thanks again for everybody who's got in touch today. Plenty of congratulations for James Sherrington, including from Will Crewdson Racing. Congratulations, James Sherrington, on your first win in JSCC. Good sportsmanship to see the teams offering congratulations to each other. John Clasper says we should have a truck night race. They've done that at Le Mans. Thanks to everybody for making this weekend possible. We mentioned the Orange family, our marshals, our recovery crews, medical staff, everybody else here at Brands Hatch, the race control staff, everyone from the BARC, our safety car drivers, we just see it going through there, our camera crews, our ace pit reporters, given that one of them has just walked into the commentary box. Afternoon, Ian. So we're awaiting the trucks then, just as soon as I think they're recovering Harvey Kersley's car. Yeah, that's been moved back to the paddock. The light is certainly fading out there, I have to say. As we said, the TV cameras do make it look a bit lighter than it is. We have seen night racing here at Brands Hatch in the past, of course, and Britcar did their Into the Night GT races. seen 24-hour racing at Brands Hatch for a few years. We see that at Snetterton with the Citroën 2 CVs. Yes, if you've not seen it, I'm not making that up. They really do have a 24-hour race for Citroën 2 CVs every August bank holiday weekend. Quite famous names have competed in that over the years. There's also the Citroën C1s did their 24-hour race at Snetterton at Silverstone rather, than I've covered a couple of times. It used to be at the late lamented Rockingham Motor Speedway. Don't get many 24-hour races in the UK nowadays, sadly. The GT Tyres MAN then leads the trucks out towards the grid for our final race of day one here at Brands Hatch. It once again will be the champion Ryan Smith on pole position. Alongside him will be number 69 David Jenkins, once again in his MAN. This grid, as we said, this grid set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session this morning. The Olivers are on the second row of the grid in their MAN. Stewart ahead of Michael this time. As a wild pointy appears.
A wild pointy. I've made my way across the cattle grid down from the lower paddock, and here I am in the media centre, ready for the second race of the day. But of course, you probably already mentioned this, Ryan Smith very happy with his 9th consecutive championship. My honour, of course, to shake his hand down there in the pit lane earlier on, yeah, great celebrations down in the paddock after that as well. But of course, with that out the way, there is still 2 more positions of the Division 1 to be fighting for, and very, very good results there for Dave Jenkins and Michael Oliver again. So there could still be movement there. Speaking to Steve Powell, of course, not impressed with his performance in that race. Definitely seems to be struggling this weekend, which is a shame. Fingers crossed he finds a good line this afternoon and shows us what he's made of.
Can I finish going through the grid, please?
No. We know where they all are. It'll come up on the screen in a minute, Dave. It's fine.
So Smith and Jenkins on the front row, then the Olivers. Stewart ahead of Michael this time. Paul Rivette on row 3, the number 22, alongside number 11 David Smith. And then we've got Stephen Powell, number 3. Yes, there he is. Just arrived on the track slightly out of sequence there. We'll start alongside Tom O'Rourke with that grid penalty from race 1. The 5th row, 5 Adam Bint and 33 Neil Yates. Row 6, John Powell and Simon Cole. Hopefully won't get stuck together this time. Row 7, Willem Bredick and Archie Handy. And John Bowler, who only set 1 lap time before he ended up in the gravel in qualifying, will have to start from the very back of the grid.
Not ideal. So this grid, of course, based on the second fastest laps from qualifying earlier on, Dave.
Yes, indeed. Now, we've got tinted windows here on one side of the commentary box, and it looks completely dark out there. Now, it's quite surreal with
it's still not massively bright out
the headlights
there,
on.
I mean, it is coming up to 4 o'clock now, and we're going to lose the light in about half an hour, definitely. Not quite the night race we experienced at Le Mans, but it's getting close. The headlamps are all on, and I think it's quite a spectacle for the spectators, really, to see the trucks going round with the lights on. But at least, and I hope this isn't the commentators' curse again, but at least we've got some dry tarmac and quite a fresh crisp in the air, but nothing too chilly.
Hopefully the conditions are going to be similar now as it will be tomorrow.
Yes, because the last thing we want for the firework night, and I know the racing's very important, but let's be honest, there's a few tens of thousands of people descending on Brands Hatch tomorrow for the firework display, probably around the 4:30, 5 o'clock mark. That, of course, if it does get a bit murky and miserable, the smoke builds up quite quickly, and then you can hear them and feel them, you can't see much.
Yes, I remember the same happening at Donington at the truck and firework display many years ago when I was very young. Same thing happened, the fog came down, sadly.
And you can't see a thing then, can you? And then the smoke from the fireworks mixes with the fog, which is crazy. Anyway, I was talking to Dave's son earlier on, who apparently was out for testing yesterday, and I was quite proud to mention the fact there was only a few seconds off Dad's lap time, which is interesting. Yeah, it looks like we haven't had too much damage though from John Powell and Simon Cole though from that little coming together. Still already hit the Instagram. If you don't follow us on Instagram, of course, please do head over to official BTRC and give us a tag on any pictures or videos you take if you're on circuit this weekend. However, we look down there onto the pit straight and we see them start to pull away there with Stewart in the GT pace truck at the front as we get ready then for the outland of our second and final race of the Saturday here at Brands Hatch.
So away they go. There are Division 2 title protagonists, and after the first race, as you said, I make it 13 points between the two of them. John Powell ahead of Simon Cole. Adam Bint took the win in the first race for Division 2 earlier on, with Paul Rivette second, and he got the point for fastest lap. Ryan Smith taking the win in Division 1, of course. He got fastest lap as well, so 21 points for Ryan, enough to seal him the title for another year.
And a sub 1 minute lap time as well. 59.4 was his best lap time that race, which is just insane, isn't it?
He's in a different league, really is.
Yeah,
I mean, go on. He's got some way to go to beat the record for consecutive titles in any motorsport that I've seen, because the Spanish rider Tony Bow in motorcycle trials has now been world champion 18 years in a row.
Jeez,
that is something else.
That is, yeah. I mean, you wonder why anybody else would bother trying to take him on.
Oh, they certainly do.
18 years. Wow, that is a legacy, isn't it? My goodness.
Quite different to motorcycle trials here, though, at Brands Hatch. That involves lightweight machines. These are the big 5-ton beasts, and they're ready for a rolling start. Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner on pole position alongside the first of the MANs. That's the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants truck of David Jenkins from Staffordshire. Then the Olivers from the northeast of England, farther ahead of Sun on the grid, this time on the inside line. Willem Bradek back out there, the Dutchman as well. It's the main battle further back in the order, John Powell versus Simon Cole. We should be able to concentrate on the most here. Adam Bint, of course, looking for a second win in Division 2, but Paul Rivette up there on the third row of the grid, looking to challenge the establishment in Division 1. Here we go then, 15 minutes, race number 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The revs begin to rise, and off they go. Good start down the outside by Michael Oliver in the number 12. Not the best of getaways for Stuart Oliver. David Smith trying to go through the middle, but it's side by side between the two arch rivals on the front row for the lead as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith has got the lead on the inside. David Smith runs out a bit wide. David Jenkins cutting to the inside of the Rangers Druids. You won't quite get through there. Jenkins in second place, then the Olivers, then David Smith, and the rest of them. John Bowler's gone round the outside of about half a dozen trucks already from the
Dave Smith
back
on
of
the grass there next to Stuart Oliver as well as they come back down the hill. Will he be able to get it in front? Yes, closes the door. Tom O'Rourke looking for a space. That's Paul Rivette. Paul Rivette in Division 1, look, battling away as we see Adam Bint, John Bowler and possibly John Powell coming past Neil Yates there in the 33. But look at all this muck they're kicking up there. We're definitely losing the light, and what an exciting race to finish the day with here at Brands. Tom O'Rourke ahead of Steve Powell. Steve Powell in front of Paul Rivette still, as they certainly seem to be settling now into that first lap as they come round, crossing the line for the first time. Then of course we've got Ryan Smith out in front, 1.3 second lead on Jenkins of course already, and it's almost like we're seeing a mirror of the previous race with Jenkins in second and Michael Oliver in third again, but Dave Smith doing phenomenally this time round, just 3.1 off the pace.
The big mover on that first lap was John Bowler, the 14. He's carving his way through the field, but he's got a little bit of a lock up there as he takes Paul Rivette as they go into Druids. Coming down towards the Cooper Straight. I think what they were kicking up there is a bit of powder put down on the fluid from Harvey Kersley's car from the previous race because his engine let go. They come out of Graham Hill Bend then. This is the battle for the lead in Division 2. And look at Adam Bint, he's catching Paul Rivette up here. He's having a superb weekend.
He really is. I don't know where he's found the power in this Volvo, but I tell you what a way for this Volvo to go out because of course we spoke to him in the pit lane earlier on. He is going to be bringing a new truck to the British Truck Racing next season, so this will be the last hurrah for the Volvo White.
He would love to go out with a clean sweep of wins, I'm sure, this weekend. He won the first race. It was curtailed slightly early as he was battling with Paul Rivette for the lead, but Ryan Smith leads by 3.2 seconds at the end of the second lap here at Brands Hatch on this short circuit. 58.6 seconds. He's in a different league.
Oh my god, I don't know where he's finding this. Is it? I think the warp drive is playing up though, because he's just getting faster now, isn't he? Unbelievable. Battle between Yates though and Adam Bint there back in Division 2. Yates going massively sideways there. A little bit of too much power though.
Who do you think you are, Kurt Goranson?
Lots and lots of steam though. We are quite chilly out there, so you're going to see a lot more moisture coming off these trucks. And my goodness, I think somebody needs just to give that lens a clean, don't they? Because it's definitely not that bad at the rest of the track.
Yes, that's not fog, don't worry. That's our camera reacting to the weather a little bit there, I think, because it is pretty cold here at Brands Hatch today, but the truck's certainly warming the crowd and everyone else up as we see Stephen Powell being hunted down by the flying John Bowler, who has come through from the back of the grid and is already up into 8th place, and we're only on lap 4 as they go into Paddock Hill Bend this time. Ryan Smith leads. He's increased his lead by almost another 2 seconds, mainly because David Jenkins is busy trying to hold off Michael Oliver for 2nd place. David Smith, as you say, doing a superb job up there in 4th place. The best he's had this year is a 2nd place at Snetterton, and if he gets the right place for the reverse grids tomorrow, we could see him challenging for a victory, I reckon. He's holding off Stuart Oliver there. Then Tom O'Rourke, who was due to start 3rd for this race. The grid penalty has held him back a little. The Freuhauf Trailers MV Commercials International Navistar, and he's being reeled in by Stephen Powell, and then it is John Bowler. Now this race sets the grid for second race tomorrow, race 4, the top 8 reversed.
That's it, yes. The reverse grid from this morning will be first race tomorrow, and reverse grid from this one for the second race tomorrow. It's all to play for. I mean, this gap though, we're seeing Dave Smith is on the drive of the weekend so far. Very, very good. Consistent as well, keeping that gap ahead of Stuart Oliver as well. It's quite tight, to be honest with you, but I'm still massively impressed though. Dave Jenkins, Michael Oliver, they are tussling with each other, aren't they? Good 3 seconds ahead though still of the rest of the trucks, so they're still doing very well in theirs. What have we got?
Just looking back at the timing screen, Simon Cole is only 5th in Division 2. He's dropped behind Willem Bredick.
Blimey.
Now he'll get the point. I think he'll get the points to 4th place because Bredick is not registered for points.
Right,
but John Powell is ahead of him in 3rd place behind Rivette and Bint. So John Powell will increase his lead slightly here in the Division 2 title battle.
Yes, indeed. Well, he'll drag back that lead a bit, of course, because Simon Cole finishing slightly ahead of John in the last race, which would have closed that gap ever so slightly. But yes, we can see, though, John, he's got great support from his sponsors, his team partners this weekend, and all year, to be honest with you. His team have been there from the entire time this season with engine rebuilds and last-minute repairs. And I think he'll be very, very happy to take some trophies home for the guys of the team this year.
There is John Powell, the Greenhouse Group DAF. We saw there is David Smith side by side now with Stuart Oliver. This is for P4 and 5. Oof. There's contact between the two of them. Oliver runs off onto the grass, ran out of room there on the outside. Tom O'Rourke says, OK, I'll have a bit of this as well. Bash!
Yeah,
there's contact between the two of them. Get off, says Stuart Oliver, puts his foot down, accelerates away, and one of the Neil Yates recovery trucks, I think that's Stephen Powell, splits the two of them.
Indeed, yeah, probably a good job he got there, to be honest with you. I mean, we've seen this a couple of times now. It's unfortunate, whether it's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Does seem to be looking for those inside lines that aren't quite there at the time, are they? But yes, great recovery from Stuart Oliver to get the power down. Certainly didn't affect him too much, other than the initial shunt itself. Steve Powell, though, appears to be finding his feet now, though, doing a lot better this race than he did previously. Perhaps I've had a chance at lunchtime to have a play with some settings on the truck. So, of course, a lot of the drivers were complaining about the greasy track conditions earlier on, David.
A much better grip now that things have dried out after the drizzle this morning during qualifying. So here comes John Bowler up onto the tail of Tom O'Rourke. He might have a bit of damage to the right front following that contact. John Bowler's rise through the field seems to have halted momentarily. Plateaued at 8th place, but of course if he finishes 8th he'll have pole for race 4 tomorrow in in the reverse grid race. But he's going for Tom O'Rourke here into Surtees. Can't quite get the line away, tricky to overtake through that section of the track, and behind them is Paul Rivette, who is still leading Division 2. Adam Bint 2nd, John Powell is still 3rd in that group. Then it's Bredick, the Dutchman, Cole and Archie Handy rounding out the field. So Simon Cole still down in 5th place behind his championship rival, not where he needs to be.
No, definitely not. But of course, at the same time, they've still got 3 more races tomorrow and a whole night of tinkering to go through. I tell you what, though, you see certain angles when you watch this circuit that they don't look that fast, and then other angles you look at them and you're like, wow, they are really tanking it down that hill, aren't they?
They certainly are, yes. As the light continues to fade here at Brands Hatch, we're just past half distance in this second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Smith still holding off Stuart Oliver. They came to blows once coming out of Druids Hill Bend there, battling for 4th place. Ryan Smith now leading by nearly 10 seconds ahead of David Jenkins, incidentally. Michael Oliver is just over half a second behind Jenkins last time through. They're about to cross the line to complete their 8th lap. Yes, Michael Oliver is definitely reeling in David Jenkins for 2nd place. Then we've got the battle for 4th. Stephen Powell has almost caught Stuart Oliver now. Then O'Rourke and Bowler, 5 of them together almost now for this 4th place. But Michael Oliver has had a fantastic 2024. He's definitely reeling in David Jenkins. Here they are, almost nose to tail now into Druids.
Defensive driving will definitely slow you down, of course, when you are under the attack.
Oh, tangle!
It's Dave Smith and Stuart Oliver come together.
What a save!
And it looks like they're back underway. Huge contact, but they are both still rolling. And I don't believe either of them actually lost any places either, which is crazy.
They only swapped round. That is the save of the season from David Smith. How he did not hit the barrier on the inside of Druids there, I will never know. That's an incredible save.
Very, very impressive. And again, it's if you can get yourself back on, the control of that was phenomenal. To not bring that whole race to a standstill. But look what's happening now. We've bunched up behind them. The incident has slowed them 2 down, and that pack has caught up, which is going to raise even more opportunity for issues, especially as we've got Tom O'Rourke all over the inside line now of Steve Powell as they come round onto the pit straight. We've got bits of bumper and side skirt flying off left, right and centre.
I think Stephen Powell's picked up the side panel from David Smith's truck. It's come off and it's stuck on the front of Stephen Powell's truck. I hope that doesn't affect his radiators.
Indeed, this is a serious issue. Huge amounts of air intake on the front of these trucks, but it does look just low enough down for it not to be too much of an issue for the coolant system, or of course the intercooler, for the very huge intercooler for the turbos on these engines, which all goes through those grates on the front of the trucks. But yes, Dave Smith looking a little bit bare now. Steve Powell chasing him round to try and give him his bodywork back.
Yes, indeed. They'll swap that back in the pits afterwards, unless it falls off and is a souvenir for one of our marshals.
I know. Imagine if it stays until the end of the race, just drops off in the pit lane at the end.
Finders keepers. As John Bowler chases Tom O'Rourke now. This is for 7th place, I think, or maybe for 6th place now, because they've got ahead of Stephen Powell. Here's a replay of that incident earlier in the lap. There's the panel about to come off David Smith's truck. There it goes. Bang! And nice header from Tom O'Rourke as well.
I bet that was a very shocking.
Lucky it hasn't broken his windscreen.
Oh no, he probably has. You can't see it from here. The laminated windscreen, so it's probably got quite a few spiders' webs on that Fruhoff sponsored truck now. Bits of the the side panel slowly falling off Steve Powell's truck now, though. So there's going to be a scattering of it around Brands Hatch. But Dave Smith dropped considerably back. There we go, and it's done a horrible job. Look at the front of Steve Powell's truck there, properly caved in. Not what he wants, but fingers crossed an easy fix tonight, I think. A bit of bodywork. But look at these views, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely incredible. These lights coming round, that dusk, incandescent lighting. It really is quite something to behold, isn't it, here? Which you don't really get to see very often through the BTRC season.
Just over 3.5 minutes of the race to go then. Ryan Smith in a league of his own up front. He leads by 12.5 seconds. Michael Oliver still chasing David Jenkins for 2nd. And then we've got Stuart Oliver heading this frantic battle for 4th. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's improving all the time as the weekend has gone on. Was unlucky in race 1 to tangle with Stuart Oliver and spin into the gravel just here at Druids. John Bowler from the back of the grid up into 6th place. David Smith, after his strong early form, down to 7th. He's holding off Stephen Powell. That bit of damage to the front of his truck. As through goes Ryan Smith once again across the line to complete his 12th lap. He's way ahead of everybody else.
10th of a second again, creeping up from Michael Oliver on the back of Jenkins. So just 0.3 behind now, which is even closer every lap. Have we got enough time left on the clock for him to look for a cheeky overtake? That's going to be the biggest challenge for Michael Oliver, as we see them screaming around there. They're almost in a race of their own, aren't they, these two? Look at all that grass, though. I think we must have...
David Smith.
That's all over the place. They're going to need the landscapers in on Monday, I think. But Michael is not backing off. Dave Jenkins is seriously under pressure here. And this is some great racing from the pair of them, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes. David Jenkins a little bit sideways there as he got his foot down coming out of Graham Hill Bend this time. This is the fight for second place. Division 2, incidentally, Paul Rivette is still leading there, and he's fairly well clear of Adam Bint now. Bint is 5 seconds clear of John Powell. Then Bredyke separating Powell and Cole, the two championship battlers. Archie Handy at the back of the field as the second place fight heads up towards the line once again to complete 13 laps. Still this train of trucks for fourth position. We've got ourselves a convoy for fourth place. It's still John Bowler unable to get past Tom O'Rourke for that fifth position. The International Navistar having the legs on that number 14 MAN, or has it? Because he has a look on the inside there coming down the straight, but no, the bonneted 86 machine gets the foot down again and just about hanging on. David Smith trying to go around the outside. That rarely works into Paddock. Just ask Stephen Powell from Easter weekend this year.
Oh, believe me, this is right. I mean, that's actually some great driving we've seen there from Tom O'Rourke. Making that stick on the outer line is a difficult thing to do. And there's that line he was looking for earlier on before Michael Oliver ended up in his way. But of course, on the note of Michael Oliver, we've got a black and white flag out for the number 12 Michael Oliver for track limits. And that incident earlier on between Dave Smith and Stuart Oliver has been noted as well. I'm not sure whether we'll see a result of that before the end of the race, but of course I don't think it will have any major bearing on the top three. So we've just under a minute left to go. We've still got Ryan Smith, who's he's going home early, let's be honest. And we've got Jenkins and Michael Oliver battling around now for that second place. Back in Division 2, Paul Rivette still ahead of Yates, down then for Bint, and then John Powell in third. Bredyke for Simon Cole, and Archie Handy bringing up the rear, of course, but still doing a phenomenal job of consistency and race finishes this year.
Ooh, and in the background there, I just saw a bit of argy-bargy, I think, between Bredyke and Simon Cole. Cole's got ahead there into fourth place, as here comes flying Ryan Smith. Now, there's 10 seconds on the clock. Are we going to get the checkered flag this time, or are they going to do one more lap? It's going to be one more lap. He was 4 seconds too early there.
Definitely.
Ryan Smith over the line.
Slow down. Maybe he just likes driving. You know, I'm just going to go for one more lap.
We've hardly seen him all race long because he's so far ahead of everybody else, Ryan Smith here.
Indeed.
Let's see what the margin is. 15.7 seconds he's leading by now, and that's got to be getting on towards a quarter of a lap around.
The smoothness, the consistency. I mean, it'll come to something when he starts lapping Div 1 drivers eventually. If he carries on the way he's going, that's got to be on the cards. Definite division around the circuit though. A lot of the deep. We've got Stuart Oliver there, just having crossed that finish line, back with Tom O'Rourke. But look at the gap. Look at the size of the gap between second place and third place, as we see John Powell now getting the
second flag is going to go out this time. Ryan Smith
then.
laps the Division 2 championship leader, and Ryan Smith is going to make it 2 wins out of 2. Across the line he goes.
No flag again.
No checkered flag this time. The clock is counted down to 0, but we did not see. Well, it's come up on the screen there. The checkered flag did not wave at the start-finish line, but the race is over. Just a little bit of confusion there, but yes, the win goes to Ryan Smith. David Jenkins does hold off Michael Oliver for second place. And who's going to come in for fourth position? They are quite a way back on the top three. Over the line it will be Stuart Oliver who is going to come in for fourth place. Tom O'Rourke a good fifth ahead of John Bowler. Well done to him from the back of the grid. Seventh goes to David Smith. Stephen Powell takes eighth, just ahead of his teammate Neil Yates. And Paul Rivette wins Division 2 in 10th position. Well, thanks very much to Pointy for joining us for that one. He's heading down to the pit lane to grab some interviews. As the rest of the trucks come home. Adam Bint in second in Division 2 will be the last to take the checkered flag, because everybody else has been lapped. And it's 2 out of 2 for Ryan Smith, who wins by over 16 and a half seconds. gets the fastest lap as well, of course. Paul Rivette's there, he is, wins Division 2. It's his first Division 2 win for quite some time. Celebrates with a Kurt Goranson-style power slide through Druids. Paul Rivette won Division 2 by 12 seconds, so nearly as big a margin over Adam Bint. Smith the winner, though, by 16.5 seconds plus over David Jenkins, and Michael Oliver harrying him all the way, has to settle the third. Stuart Oliver wins the battle for fourth place ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Good drive by him, great drive by John Bowler to come through from 15th on the grid to 6th. David Smith in 7th. Stephen Powell provisionally will have pole position in the reverse grid for race 4 tomorrow. Neil Yates completing the 9 finishers in Division 1. Paul Rivette, the winner of Division 2, just a couple of seconds behind him. Then Adam Bint, John Powell a lap down. Willem Bredijk did win the battle with Simon Cole. Simon Cole slipping a little further behind John Powell in the battle for the Division 2 championship this year. Archie Handy was the final finisher. So Pointy has dashed down from the commentary box into pit lane. Let's see who he's found to talk to.
Well, as if by magic, I went from up there to down here, and here we are on the pit lane for a very, well, almost dark finish to that second race of the weekend. Huge amounts of steam coming off the back of Willem Bredijk there, as we've got Ryan Smith taking yet another race win. But we'll let Alan speak to the champ this time. Yeah, you go, Alan. It's fine, Alan. You've got to share these things among commentators. Let's head back very quickly. We've obviously had some panel damage. You get up close and personal. You just show them that. Keep coming, that's it. Keep coming, that's it, there we go. Nothing to see here. We've lost bits of bumper and all sorts. Have we got 30 seconds to speak to our friend Dave Jenkins before they move people along here? Dave, how the devil are we? Oh, sorry, just trying to get... Oh, wow, what a race. That was a battle. I mean, foregone conclusion, Ryan Smith disappeared off on his own.
It's not a foregone conclusion.
But that was...
No, it's not foregone. He just keeps getting lucky, doesn't he? His day's going to come to an end soon.
Positive mental attitude, that is, Dave. Yeah. I'm with you on that. Yeah. But serious pressure, that race. You and Michael were on top of each other the entire time. What a battle.
Yeah, no, very good. Michael... obviously, you know, coming into the weekend, he's got a bit of a championship fight with me. And
there's a speed control.
He's got a bit of a championship fight with me, and you know, and me with Steve and whatever. So it was certainly kept me honest. Michael had good pace then. Yeah.
You finished ahead of him, shows that experience, that determination and grit that we know from you.
Definitely got some determination going on this weekend, that's for sure.
Excellent. Much to do for tomorrow, or will we just a quick wash and ready for the morning?
No, the boys will go right through it. Want breaks and a big re-prep going on, but I'm gonna have some tea and a cup of tea and chill out.
Fantastic. We always see Dave Jenkins with a nice mug of tea. That's one thing we can rely on from Dave. Dave, great result again. We'll give you some silverware very shortly. I'll shut this door and let you go. There we go. Right, well, they're all shooting everybody off now. Let's have a quick word with Michael Oliver over here. Michael, just talking to Dave about the battle you just had. Phenomenal effort there. You were on him. You got it down to 0.3 difference at one point. You just couldn't quite find that way through, could you?
It was fun, really fun. Right? It was nice and clean, and he just had me number to everywhere I went, everywhere I put it. I thought, he didn't make any mistakes, but he's quite experienced, so I'll maybe force him off tomorrow, to be fair.
Really?
Well, it'll be a laugh, won't it?
It'll be fun. You know, you're getting very close, though, the two of you now, for Steve Powell points-wise. I don't know where that mathematically leaves you, but it's getting quite exciting for that second and third place, isn't it?
Oh, I know they're going for it. It's a bit of excitement. It should be good, but I have a dark horse for third.
Dark horse for third, right? Keep writing. Go and speak to Alan. Thanks for joining us, Michael. And look at the damage on the front there of Steve Powell's truck. I told you it was bad. The caving into the windscreen as Dave Smith's side panel smashed into him at 100 miles an hour. Neil Yates has found his horn. Paul Rivette's broken his. I tell you, it's quite an interesting atmosphere. Go on, give it a 2. No, oh, there we go. He's actually got a proper pull cord on him as well. No, John, he just... Hey! Now, I know you couldn't make it to Le Mans, but it was a bit like this.
No,
yeah.
I could have made it. I just didn't get invited.
No, right, sorry, right. Well, I'm going to carry some bottles of shampoos down to the bottom of the paddock now, hand out the last set of Saturday trophies. That was an interesting race, wasn't it?
Oh, it's cracker, isn't it? They always deliver these, but Division 2...
It's good. Very nice, clean race in Division 2, but we saw some serious contact in that race. Biggest thing I'm impressed about is that it didn't end the race for a change.
Well, I'm hearing a little rumour Div 1, second and third might have changed position in the championship as well, so you're still all to go for.
We're going to do some maths when I sit down. I'll get it all wrong again, but I will do some maths.
Just ask AI, it'll be fine.
Oh, that's good. ChatGPT, other AIs are available. Who's winning the BTRC at the moment? I'm sorry.
Ryan Smith.
That was past 2021. I'm not allowed to tell you the answer. Bye, Michael. Love you. I love you, bye. Right, microphone.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's it for today.
Oh.
But we are back to our Pointy. Thank you
What
so
a
much.
day.
Can't
What a
wait to see you tomorrow. We might have some fun and games in the morning as well between us.
Tomorrow, I'll be on his shoulders.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Pointy, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. It's been an absolute cracker. Don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are back one final day tomorrow with the British Automobile Racing Club. Yes, tomorrow Division 2 will be settled, and of course we still have it so tight at the top for the Mini Challenge Trophy as well. The JSCC wrap-up. We'll also find out who is going to be the champion in the pickup truck racing and the Zero Winter Series for the Mini 7s. That will be decided all tomorrow. One last dance coming up at Brands Hatch tomorrow, and it's all going to be live. First race tomorrow, 10 o'clock. We'll be here. I'll see you then. Dave, back to you for the final word.
Well, thanks very much to Ian and Pointy down on the ground today and here in the commentary box at times. That concludes day one here at Brands Hatch, but we kick off at 10 a.m. tomorrow, a slightly later time than usual on a Sunday. It's racing all day tomorrow. We begin with the second race for the Mini 7 Racing Club O-Plate Winter Shootouts, followed by Truck Race 3 of the weekend, then the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Race number 2. They were fantastic earlier today. If you missed them, do not miss them tomorrow. Pickup Truck's second race of the weekend as well, then the Junior Saloon Cars season finale. The champion will be crowned in that event. Then the trucks out for their fourth race of the weekend, the final for the Mini 7s, the season finale for the Virtue Mini Challenge. That's followed by the Pickup Truck Racing Championship and one final truck race as well. And then after that we will have the parade of show trucks and of course the firework display to end the season here at Brands Hatch. But meanwhile, it is now getting dark out there, so that's the end of track action today. My thanks to everybody here at Brands Hatch today, marshals, medical crews, recovery crews, and all the other officials here today. A big thanks to our camera teams as well. Thanks again to Ian and Pointy for their hard work grabbing interviews, and Pointy for joining me in the commentary box as well. I'm sure he will again tomorrow. And that's just about wraps things up for day one here at Brands Hatch. Time for a beer and a curry, I think, shortly. And I'll be joining you tomorrow morning at around 9:45 to take you through the day's action. That's about all from myself, Dave Goddard. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.